Well, that'll do it. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try that again. I am currently not muted, and that's a fantastic time to be alive. Let's go. Lol, lol, lol. Okay, so today we've got Soup, we've got Tunison, then we've got Mosca, we've got Grass. A little bit of a rematch here for the Soup Tunison shenanigans. Soup did take him out 3-2 last week in, I believe, the quarterfinals. So now it's a semi-finals affair. A little bit more pressure, mental pressure. I don't know. It is what it is. I hope you guys are going to have a fun time with me. Let's check out this head-to-head, see what we can learn from it, and then we'll check out the draft. The players are already off to the races, so let's check it out. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, you can see right in front of you a 50-50 chance. There's nothing between these guys. I'd be disappointed with anything less than a 5-game series here. Both the players have got 5 wins. They've played twice. It's gone one way one time. It's gone the other way the next time. There's not really much more to talk about it. There is a draft to talk about, so let's check that one out right now. Done. Alrighty, so we can see the draft kicks off. We can see Tunison. He takes Nuwa and Loki off the table. Soup takes Kronos and Gaia off the table. Wild. Wild to take the Kronos off the table when you have that sort of second pick, leaving Huitzilopochtli on the board there. So Tunison will snap up Huitzilopochtli as one of the strongest gods currently. Soup then takes Quetzalcoatl and Fuxi, Susanoo, Amaterasu, etc., etc. We do have ourselves a Amaterasu Shenong for our first game on the map. Blue Lagoon. Let's jump into it. Game number 1. It's semifinals time. Let's check it out. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to some more Gameathlon. Well, the road to Gameathlon, the road to Athens action. We're in playoffs number 2. This is the semifinals. This means basically everyone remaining has got a real chance this week at qualifying. There's only one qualifier a week. Last week we had Recon. Recon took out Soup last week, who is playing. He's in this right-hand corner. He's playing as the red Shenong. Soup last week took out Tunison, who he's playing against again. A little bit of a rematch here, this time in the semifinals. They met in the quarterfinals last week. Each week there will be a different bracket. It's all based on performance, so things do change week to week. But Tunison, he's going to be looking for his revenge today. That's the storyline. He lost in a very, very close series last week. He's learned a lot from that, but so too is Soup. Both players are going to be getting better and better and better as this tournament progresses. Funnily enough, the players who qualify early, they might have a little bit of a harder time trying to get that level up because they don't have that weekly tournament there to kick their bums to make them have someone to work towards. That being said, Soup, his main strength comes from his strategy. His main strength comes from the fact that while he does stream everything and everyone can watch what he does, he doesn't really He doesn't really, let's just say his main strength comes from his strategy. And if your main strength comes from your strategy, then when somebody knows what your strategies are, then you lose the surprise factor. You also start getting people metagaming you, and some weird stuff starts ending up happening. We'll see if that's going to be impacting Soup or not. It's yet to impact him. He's been playing so well in this tournament thus far. Tunison, on the other hand, well, he too has been having some really, really good runs. The only like speed bump that he's hit was Soup first and foremost, and it was a close series nonetheless. Relics on this map, are there going to be, or is there going to be anything impactful? We've got the Pelt of Argus, which is line of sight +6. Onto the bottom side, there is the Dwarven Calipers, which is Siege, and the Kinemetsen, Foodwood Gold, favor cost -20%. Up onto the top side, there is a relic already being taken there from Soup, as it's the Chocolatl. This is one of my favorite relics. There's 2 relics from the, or 3 relics from the Aztec DLC that have been introduced that I absolutely love. And, well, one of them is the Chocolatl there. We see text of Imhotep being picked up by Tunison for the building faster there as well. You could get the 4% extra HP. You can get 2.5% extra movement speed. And then you can also get the 5% resource refund on death. Some very, very nice relics. But in this one, just the Chocolatl there. So we'll see. We'll see what Soup is going to be up to in this one, because he is up against Minakatatomi, and it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a boom off. On the left side, town center coming down for Tunison straight away. This is an incredibly well-timed town center. He hits the next age, he charges over there. There isn't a Miko coming in to help this out or anything like that. So no Shrine of the Hunt just yet, but he does have some hunt out onto this position. And Soup here, well, he's going for a very big boom. Now, there's nothing wrong with going for this boom and then going into a second town center, outside of the fact that it is simply just better in the long run to go for the town center faster. But that doesn't matter that much when your opponent also goes for a second town center. Now, we're not going to be seeing that straight away, as the military camp is coming through from Soup. The Kitsune came through and did scout a military camp. So Tunison's going to know what's coming for him. The hard part here is, well, it is quite difficult to do a 2-town center defense versus China. China has a lot of firepower, especially Shenong. Lightning weapons, Fey Beasts, counter units. It's all kind of there. As we do see Tunison now, he's going to be going into his Naginata Riders. And Soup, motoring across the map, he is ready to get involved as a Shrine of the Hunt getting dropped down in the main base of Tunison. Easy to hunt, hard to take this one out. It's a nice place there, and a lot of food for Tunison to play with. Soup at the moment has not scouted. Oh, never mind. Soup is definitely scouted the town center. As into the main base comes the Kitsune and the Naginata Rider. One thing here that you basically can't have is losing the villagers in this situation, as Soup is going to be dropping one, and there goes the Solar Shield. You can't be doing those moves. 2 villagers down. That's so huge for Tunison. He literally just gets in, gets damage done. We do have the double Yahtzees coming through, however, so some good control here from Soup should allow him a bit of damage. Can he actually pick a villager off or not? Answer is a resounding yes. No chances there for Tunison to get away from that. He was very much aggressively placed on that food. Gets a bit of damage done, but that's not going to be doing a whole lot. 2 villagers killed on the side of a 1 talent center player versus 1 villager killed for the 2 talent center player. That's advantage Tunison. But what's going to happen here? The Yahtze can come around, try and pick off the villagers on the back, as Soup does see the watermill. He's coming into the main base, looking to pick off a house and things like that. Of course, the one Yudo is in. There will be the Naginata Riders and Kitsune coming around, and we will be seeing Soup say, you know what? Let's just go town center. It's fine. Naginata Riders are going to come around. There's no wood at the moment for Soup, but he does, never mind, he does have it. So he can put the farm down. There he goes. And that will be a very safe position for Soup to get everything finished up. Though the Huafu is happily gathering food there. Soup not paying attention on that one, and he might actually have that Huafu moving all the way back home. Not ideal, but nonetheless, Soup charging into the front here as the Yahtzees can take out those wolves, open up this main base just a little bit, but in comes the Naginata Ride. It's not going to be an easy thing for them to take out. Of course, you can snipe that Kitsune, which would be nice. Does pick that one off as now the Halberdiers are coming through, but two Pioneers do get taken out. And Tunison will pull back into his main base, start getting that healing in, and all the other good stuff. Ball's now coming up onto this bottom side. Of course, with Tunison having this gold mine, he should be fine here. And because Soup has opted into a second town center, ever so delayed, it's still going to be a bit of an advantage for Tunison in terms of eco, which is really not something you would expect all too often in this matchup. As the Halberdiers turn, get one kill, got to continue the micro here as the Yahtzees will get taken down by those Bushi. And can Soup get away from this is the big question, because he can heal those up, and it looks like he can. He can pull back to his favored land, heal those bad boys up, and continue along here. There's a world where you do go into a whole mass of Yahtzees here, with a whole bunch of Javelineers to take out those Bushi, and then all of a sudden fully upgraded Yahtzees are going to be incredibly strong. That being said, Saltwater Spring coming through for Tunison. He's also getting a market up. Getting to the Heroic Age here is obviously going to be a priority for Tunison. You get that upgrade. Well, not the upgrade, the God Power. Thunderburst as the Yahtzees pop over the wall, pick off one villager, pick off two villagers. Can he get another one? Yes, he can. With a low HP Yahtze, looks like it will end up falling. That's definitely value for Soup. He has managed to bring this situation back into a very close, competitive position. Meanwhile, villagers kind of sitting idle over on here. They get caught out in a big way as Soup picks off another villager. It's 44 to 42. Heroic Age still not in for Soup, though. I thought he was going there, but he just wasn't training units. He started up the train yet again as onto the backside. The one Yudo in, that's going to get sniped. As the Yahtze charging up here, it does have its special available, so he can escape out of here, especially with the wooden wall getting taken down. Is in onto this spot, going after another villager. I don't think he needs to. He can just play a distraction action there. Sacking in to take out the one Yudo is fine. Into the main base, though. Comes the Naginata Riders as another villager does get picked off. Tunison strikes back. Of course, now the hard part for Soup will start to come through, which is how do you deal with Samurai, Yumi Archer, and everything else when you don't have those all-important... Whoa, I thought there was a Raijin coming through. There's no Raijin coming in. No Raijin at all. As the Javelineers to try and take out the backside... Tunison just spent big on the classical age, and Soup has been caught out in his aggressive position. He's going to be dropping some units. He sacrifices a couple of Halberdiers to get out of there. Is there a machine workshop? The answer is not just yet. The machine workshops are now coming through, but the Taotier, this is a really big unit to get for free there from being Shenong. That's going to allow him to eat up the Samurai. Of course, one Samurai for a Taotier is a decent trade, but because there's the Bushi there, getting that focus down is going to be something to be careful of. But if Soup can play it well, he can definitely get some big value where that's concerned. Meanwhile, 1,000 food, 200 gold. Raijin now pre-queued for Tunison. And Soup, well, he is moments away from getting to that next age himself, but the raids are just going to keep on coming. Soup is playing outside of his means on this. He could drop a farm down and be safe, but he's going to run as the army comes up onto this side to try and protect the rest of those villages, and Tunison will not bail out on that. He does get lose one Naginata Rider for that chase down. No problems from Tunison, though. He's got to feel fine with that as this Fire Archer actually ends up getting deleted. It gets spawned into the trees, unfortunately. But Heroic Age in. Rushol is coming through. And that is a scary thing for Tunison. Tunison does have probably the right amount of bushy, you'd think. He's got 11. That's a lot, actually. Which does take away the value of the Fey Beasts. So you do have to be somewhat careful here if you are Tunison, as the Halberdier comes over to protect. Soup keeps his villagers alive. He has fallen very far behind, however, on villager differential. One commoner coming through here for Tunison to try and get some more walls out. That will get caught. And most likely it's going to be falling here as the army from Tunison slowly making its way around here. The one big advantage that Soup has is the fact that he has himself a Heroic Age in, and Tunison doesn't. That being said, there's now a third town center for Tunison. So, unless Soup can make something happen very, very shortly with all of his units, get some real damage done, well, there's going to be a Heroic Age in for Tunison. He's going to be fine here. The game will continue along, but it's going to be feeling very, very good if you are a fan of Amaterasu or Tunison. Walls going down as the villagers pull back. One villager gets spotted there as the Baihu will dive in. Noms onto that one as the Bushy coming forward. Of course, any control there from Soup to try and take those out would be really, really nice. Does he have ballistics? Yes, he does. So those Javelineers will be very, very strong. But the big problem is that Raijin coming in means units... It's not good being behind here. Let's just say that much. When Amaterasu, when Japan is in front on economy, that's going to be pain. Baihu raids to come through. Always strong here. I'm going to pick off one villager with the special. Continue searching around. There's no real answers for Baihu raids just yet, because those Bushy, very, very slow and out of position. So up to the top side comes the Baihu. One Miko is in to get some slaps in, but I mean, it does a little bit of a tickle damage there when you consider the whole thing. As one villager gets taken down, going after some more. Up to the top side now. Soup, does he see? Well, he does see the town center from the Baihu raids. Still going after these villagers, but the Miko, that's going to go down. Another Miko to come through. That's going to help out as well. Over onto this side, though, the wall gets broken down. No Swampland just yet. It's more walls to come in. We will see the Fey Beasts getting dropped in onto these villages. I don't think it's going to kill them, though. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage to them. It might take them down to barely any HP, but that's a big God power drop. Villager differential here, actually, after all is said and done, ends up becoming equal. But does an equal villager differential matter here when not Swampland, but when Thunderdome gets dropped down onto this army of incredibly low HP units? And of course, it's going to get dropped here unless Tunison doesn't feel comfortable taking the fight. And in it goes, and it looks like Soup will say, I don't even care. I'm happy to take it. He's going to sit in on this Thunderdome and just take the full brunt of it. He gets a couple of kills here. I'd love to see him send that Baihu back in onto this position, because that's a lot of low HP villagers. But Soup's army now, incredibly low HP, and the double Raiju are in. This is very, very scary for Soup at the moment. Still no second town center, or third town center, I should say, up for Soup here just yet, but he is now going through to the Mythic Age. Huang Di on the way. Villagers coming in for Tunison to grab another gold mine. Soup probably should be trying to think about his escape route here because, well, the walls are down. How many heroes does he actually have is the question. 4 Pioneer only. 4 Pioneer only will not really be enough to deal with those Raiju, you would think. That being said, Baihu can turn and sort of stun those up, take them out. Tao Tie is gigantic as well. With some good control, that thing can output a ton of damage. Look, take a look at it. It's every 2 seconds, it'll do 25 divine with 4 AoE. Meanwhile, up onto this top side, Sage comes through. Baihu will catch out one of those Raiju there. Takamikazuchi is pre-queued as now the town center is going to come down for Soup. He's not behind here. He's in a good spot. Tunison, on the other hand, he's got a little bit of catch up to do But the late game of Amaterasu is no joke. Farms could come down onto this side as well if Soup wants to. There's not really a big problem with wasting that. Well, there is kind of. If you're going through Huangdi, you need to have all of the favor you possibly can so that you can get all of those upgrades. Because they're not cheap. We will be seeing the Peach of Immortality tech coming through, which is going to make the Tautier very, very strong here. The army's going to make their way up onto this top side. The big problem for Soup is actually that his Mythic Age God power here really is not that strong against the Bushi. That's a lot of defensive power. If he gets it onto the gold mine, that's a different story. Send some balloons over, try and get on top of this, drop the dragon down, pick off the villagers. That's a good usage. On the flip side, Soup's army can literally die in an instant, but does it matter when your units have got Imperial Order applied to them? They're all so cheap. Dao Swordsman, Halberdier, Wuzu Javelineer. We will see the ballet coming up on the back now from Soup. This position here as well getting secured is gigantic. Both players need to be thinking about this at the moment. This game looks like it's going to be going long. So you've got to set up a trade route. You need a corner. You need every gold mine you possibly can. Soup is going for this front position. He's got this back one still. This gold mine here would not go astray. And we'll see how it goes as a dot going up onto this side as well for the Chi Wen. Could be another really, really big assistance. Of course, we will be seeing the same from Tunison. He's got himself the Honengyo, and he's going to be getting that Umibozu as well. But for the moment, Tunison happy to just sit back and let this game go. And in come the Myth units. There goes the Tautier special, sending the units packing, and they are an incredibly powerful force here. Takamikazuchi is about to come through. It's going to be a very, very tough time to dodge that God power, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just drops it straight down, and he does. And Soup doesn't dodge in the slightest. Every unit just gets annihilated. Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a turnaround. Soup will be able to get his units back online, but that was so much value out of that God power. The forward town center for Soup going down. And now the Henengyo and the Umibozu will be coming in. The dragon gets brought. Going to be hitting the gold villagers up onto the top, but killing gold villagers at the moment. I can't say it's super valuable. As the Bushi going to come through. Soup is going full in onto the Dao Swordsman. He does also need to get Fire Archers in, but if he can get back up to population, he should be somewhat okay here. That being said, the Takamikazuchi 10-fist sword as well as sumo training will be in as well. As this Zuchu comes through, that's going to get some big damage done onto those samurai up onto this side as well. We do have the Raiju that's doing some issues up here as these Dao swordsmen, they're kind of stuck onto this position. He can try and break through the stone wall, try and put some pressure over onto here. As the dragon now flying up onto this gold mine, villagers are going to be bailing. Tunison's only got one gold mine secured at the moment himself, but I mean the same is true for Soup. In fact, Soup's only got 500 gold remaining. So he needs another gold mine very, very quickly. 1,400 gold in the bank as the dragon getting chased down by those Bushi over here. Soup up to the top hunting. But the Umibozu to come through. We will have now the Wenzhong through. That's going to be enough to deal with this. You probably want to steal the Asura here if you can. Looks like he's... We'll see which one Soup is going to go after. He goes up to the Umibozu, unfortunately. Not really the right unit there, unfortunately, but now Dao Swordsman, Wuzu Javelineer coming through. Is there enough stuff here is the question. Up to the top side, Samurai getting taken down. These are strong Daos. Meanwhile, to the top side, Soup knows he needs to get in here, and he will be heading there. Where did the dragon go? It looks like the dragon has fallen. Nope, still there. Dragon's still there, keeping it alive. Can actually use it to give himself some farm boostage to get a little bit more food, but he's got plenty of food in the bank. Trade-wise, He does have 67 gold per 100 food, so he can sack something, but sacking it for Dows is not going to be it. Divine Judgment now coming through as well as the Dow Swordsman trying to deal with this top side. Now there's Heavy Samurai going to be coming in onto this position, and you know, once Tunison sorts this position out, he is simply put going to take this gold mine and wander up to this top side to try and take Soup out of this position. But Tunison's up to 4 town centers, and he just doesn't have any gold in the bank at the moment. So there is a chance for a pushback here as the Qinglong hovering overhead up to the top here. Main base under attack here as this Jinglong is trying to get max value with 120 HP left. Quafu pulling off. Another castle down. Any siege, anything coming out from Soup at the moment. No trade route just yet. No nothing. He's not setting up for the long haul in the slightest. Tunison probably should consider at least one trade route or one market worth of trade route production here. He's not building any villages, obviously, at full villages. But one caravan worth of trade route would go very, very far here. The Qinglong's still alive, still 120 HP and a dream. There's a Samurai going down over onto this side. And that there is going to be a tap out from Soup. A bit of a valiant comeback from Soup, but getting stuck. No, I wouldn't say getting stuck. He was just in the middle of this position. And then getting hit by that Divine Slash. I mean, you look at this post game and you'll see exactly the brutality of that Divine Slash from nearly 7,000 resources down to 600. That's a 1 in 100 Divine Slashes. I don't think I've ever seen that value come from that God Power. Of course, it does it. It's an AoE damage dealing destruction God Power. 200 hack, 200 divine in one straight line. But for Soup, army too slow, gets caught, and can't stabilize afterwards. First game goes to the Amaterasu, goes to Tunison. A shaky win, but a win nonetheless. Strategically speaking, I really like the way that Tunison approached this. I thought going to the Heroic Age instead of spamming units was probably the better call. And I thought he was doing it, but he never clicked up and instead spammed out units. I think if he went Heroic Age, he probably would have ended up in a better position, to be honest. But he manages the third town center nicely, gets the chase in, and he did get the value out of his God Power without question. Let's jump over the draft, see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so our next matchup is going to be on the map Ghost Lake, I think. And it is going to be a Huitzilopochtli versus Quetzalcoatl. We saw this matchup the other day with B and Garneth, and it was an absolute cracker of a matchup. Absolute cracker. Will it continue to deliver is the big question. You got the Quetzalcoatl advantage inside of the Eagle Warriors. But the Huitzilopochtli's got all the tempo advantage, as well as some extra eco. Don't forget that. The Sean one do give some extra eco over. Oops, this somebody put this timer on very, very incorrectly. Well, let's just turn that off and jump into the next game because, well, yeah, that's what happened. Off we go into Ghost Lake. Let's check it out. Alrighty, off into the next game in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as HUSKSUPPE. It is Tunison. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Quetzalcoatl, it is Soup. So the map is Ghost Lake. First game, Tunison gets the dub. It's anyone's game, anyone's series here. But Tunison is just inching out a little bit on Soup from that first one. Soup's got to lock in here because this is a difficult matchup. I mean, every matchup is difficult, but this is not going to be an easy one in the slightest. Arrows of Heracles, plus 5% for your ranged soldiers. That's kind of a disgustingly good. Never mind, it's ranged soldier. Yeah, no, that is a disgustingly good relic for this matchup. We'll talk about that later. Oseberg Wagon here, plus 10% of base movement speed for the caravans. Might come into play. There's a decent amount of gold mines on the map, so probably not, unless it goes really late. Svadilfari's sledge there for the fortress buildings, becoming 0 favor is always nice. And finally, Demeter's throne at the top. It's actually quite an important relic for Aztec, because their Calpullis are a little bit more expensive than everyone else's. So, let me talk about why this relic is so important. So, the Arrows of Heracles ends up giving your warrior priests, not your warrior priests, they do get a bonus, but gives your eagle warriors an extra 5% base damage, which might not seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, if Quetzalcoatl gets that, then it's a 5% boost on top of the 2 range that they get. Of course, Tunison, he can go through its Papillotl in the heroic age, and he can get an extra boost on his own damage, but he still has the problem of not having range. Now, I'm not sure if Soup is the type of player to want to play for the Eagle Warrior micro. Soup is a macro player, a strategy player, and I would say that if there's one fundamental that Soup doesn't really like using, it's going to be that Archer micro. So, Tunison, I'm not actually sure what he prefers. I haven't seen him playing this specific matchup before. So, the meta, as far as I'm concerned, in this matchup, I got told that you can basically spam. No, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. The meta, as far as I'm concerned, is make Eagle Warrior, maybe make Coyote Warrior, and make Warrior Priest, and then also make Myth Unit. Anything else, probably not going to be super huge. Also, huge shout out to Lika Fleury. Hope I said that right. That's a tough name to say. Appreciate the gifts and everyone else's support. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you so much. Alrighty. So, now, of course, the Eagle Warriors have been nerfed since all of this sort of early, you had a lot of mirror matchups getting played when the Aztecs were released. You had a lot of people playing them, sort of working out stuff. So the stuff has been nerfed since then, but it will be interesting to see how it's going to go. And we are seeing Tunison, first and foremost, opting into something that I would say is a little bit different. He is going for Millennial Xochitl, which is obviously not the god that Soup is going for. Soup's deciding to drop himself a Noble's Heart. He's making Warrior Priest right away. He went for Patacatl, which, as he's holding this relic, and that's going to help him get to the next age if he wants to, as the Commission Spy does go down, claims that Tenali. And of course, the Tunison Warrior Priests, they're simply just going to pull back here and wait until he gets to the next age. As Tunison, well, he's now in, gets his stuff. Bunny Rabbits are getting slightly smacked around, but 5 speed is enough for them to get away. As Tunison is now going to be charging forward, he does drop the Infested Nest into his main base. A little bit of a turnaround here from Soup as he says, I'm ready to take the fight, and the Blood Pact gets dropped. Losing 1 Warrior Priest for a Blood Pact here is exactly what Soup wants. That is a really, really big win. Of course, this is 6 speed, but Soup can just get back into his main base and just garrison those units. Or Alternatively, he can just turn around and take the fight if he wants to. But nonetheless, Warrior Priest goes down. The bunny rabbits do harvest that berry bush a little bit longer. The game will continue along as it's going to be Ocelotl Warriors and Warrior Priests here for Soup. On the flip side, Tunison, well, he's now dropping his own war huts. So he is going for some war hut shenanigans, which is a little bit offbeat. A little bit offbeat. He's going to attempt to spam out, I have to guess, a whole bunch of Tequila archers. Now, if Soup reads this, scouts this, has any idea that this is coming, well, all he has to think about doing is dropping the Agave Bloom and going Heroic Age, because this is not going to be helping Tunison out in a big way here. It's the villager coming through onto this side. Soup does not notice it. Focusing up onto a different side there as the Scorpions get spotted. Onto the back position here. Soup trying to catch out the Warrior Priests. And we will be seeing the mass Tequila archers from Tunison. Soup charging forward. Looking to try and get in here. Of course, he could try and take out that infested nest if he wants to. He's going to take pot shots from the Tequila archers. Basically, the archers, they're not super useful until you get a decent amount of them. And then on top of that, you also want the upgrades, and you also want ballistics. As this Jaguar or Ocelotl Warrior trying to throw its life away there. In fact, it will be throwing its life away there as Tunison doesn't allow it back out. Behind this, 900 gold, 500 wood for Soup. A market coming down. Surely just grab watchtowers here and you're good to go. Of course, Soup is up to no good here in this game. He is doing something that he probably shouldn't be allowed to get away with. He is on top of this hunt, and he needs to be in a much safer position. Into the main base come the Tunisian units, though, and to be honest, these shouldn't really be here either. I'm pretty sure the army of Soup is going to be winning this fight. He's got a lot more warrior priests than anything else, and we will see the Tailwind getting dropped down onto the back there as well. The bunny rabbits coming in. Lots of damage to come through from this Tailwind. All of those Tequila archers are going to get massacred here, and Tunison, well, he wanted them, but maybe he just wanted them to sacrifice for that Tailwind. Soup gets a big advantage back here, but realistically, what can he do with it is the big question. Villagers can get attacked. He's got the rabbit that can go over there. We do see the villager getting sacrificed over there, as it will be a Coil Xiaokui from Soup and Town Center. So he gets a lot of damage. He pushes Tunison back, and he says Heroic Age plus Town Center here for that win. On the flip side, well, Tunison's going to have himself a blood-pacted Ayatochli. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So he can easily take out a town center if Soup isn't careful. How do you be careful? Well, you just have to have line of sight everywhere and then catch the Ayatochli moving across the map. That's the easiest way to deal with it. To the top, Polar Bear getting taken down as the Coyote Warriors coming through, just barely coming in. And, well, the villager is in. The bunny comes through. Soup not paying attention at all to his units here. And I think now Soup is going to be throwing away his army in a pretty big way. The Coyote Warriors do not beat those warrior priests up to the top side. The bunny will come, and that will be a dead villager. But I think that's also going to result in a dead bunny rabbit to boot, as, well, Soup coming through over here, looking to take out some villagers. The Scorpions are chasing down. Tunison hits the Heroic Age. Of course, actually, no, I take it back. No, I don't take it back. Never mind. If you have It's Papalotl, you can counter that Ayatochli, for sure. But this god cannot. This god, maybe with the Starfall, with enough Tsitsa middles, you might be able to stop it. But all the Coyote Warriors go down for 1 or 2 villagers. Not the most ideal of trades there from Soup, but he did get caught. And he is now on 2 town centers, which is a big deal as a great temple comes up into the main base. And of course, the agave bloom is still available, will get dropped onto the backside as the livestock pen moves over here. You can eat the agave bloom, get those aurochs, and continue along. Main base as well, Kalpuli with Shaft Mine coming through, and it is simply just sit back and wait for Soup at the moment. Why? Well, 2 TCs. Why would you try and be aggressive here? It kind of looks like Soup is trying to get a Mythic Age in here, which is a little bit on the risky side considering there is going to be a Otochli with Blood Pact to take out a town center basically guaranteed. Tunison, on the other hand, well, he's also wanting his Mythic Age. But a 2 TC Mythic Age is better than a 1 TC Mythic Age. As the town center does get revealed. And Tunison basically has to get going here. The question is, which town center do you go after? Normally you'd be saying, let's just go for the main town center. But if Soup knows that he's going to be under pressure from a Blood Pact or Otochli, maybe he puts the Mythic Age into the top town center. Those are the big questions. We are seeing a lot of units actually coming through. Sean ones, Eagle Warriors, the army slowly starting to make its way across the map here. Soup, not spending on anything, not buying anything. We do see the Starfall coming down. A couple of villagers will get sniped here. Nice finds from Soup. Does he get the low HP villager with the Starfall? It's got 1 HP. Answer is no, as the Titsamiddles will pull out of here, trying to stay alive, charging after the villagers. Onto the backside they go, picking up another one going down. But the warrior priests, they're in to take these bad boys out. Gets another Vil pick. 2 Titsamiddles end up falling as the Otochli is now on the way. And the main town center, that's the one he's going for. I can't say that that's going to be the right call here. Of course, now that he sees the Otochli, you can simply just move it to the top town center and be fine. 1 warrior priest coming in to try and slap that Otochli back away. There's a lot of units here, though, for Tunison and Soup. Well, he doesn't have a huge amount of options here. Hasn't been spending resources. He's finally putting the buildings down, garrisoning into the Great Temple to try and get this damage through. Picking off that Otochli is kind of everything, and he does manage to do so. So no Blood Pact, which does mean he's kind of safe here. He can also grab himself with some partly towers. Both town centers are secured, but the villagers do have to garrison. The big problem for Soup is he doesn't have any gold mines, but he does have 3,000 gold in the bank. There's a warrior priest popping out, trying to hold on here. Tlaloc now coming through, and Soup still opting for the main town center. Is there another Otochli coming through? Yes, there is. It's going to take a while for it to get across the map, but I think if it gets there, that's a dead town center. Soup still trying to min defend as he's trying to get units up onto the top side. Needs to get every little bit of resources spent, and he's going to have a good time here as the Tejipla comes through. Will take a lot of damage from those Eagle Warriors as he's actually having to run away, which is normally not what you want to have happen. Units run out of the line of sight there, and this Tejipla tries to come back in for another little bit of damage, not able to do so, and does end up going down as the Otochli on the way. No way to stop this. I think that Soup's heroic age, without question here, is going to be getting denied as the Blood Pact comes through. Soup, you've got to just cancel the Tlaloc, go into the top town center. There's not another good option here. Up onto the top side, the Tejipla from Tunison coming through. Town center down. Units trying to charge forward to take out as many of those Eagle Warriors as he possibly can. More Sean ones on the way. Of course, you do have to remember the Sean ones do give Soup a little bit of extra resources. As the Taunton Smashers coming in onto this side, and Soup is left going, wait, I've got so many resources. What's happening? He now clicks up to the Mythic Age on the top town center. But now it's 2 town centers versus 1 town center. There goes the Earth Monster as another Great Temple down. Soup does still have 1 more Great Temple, but I mean, Is he going to have enough stuff here to get himself to this Mythic Age? He's really been wanting it. One Tauntaun Smasher down. The next one over here, low HP as well. Earth Monster spits the units back out, and he can deal with those Tauntaun Smashers now. Meanwhile, more upgrades coming through, but Tunison has just found himself the most crazy of timings here, it would seem. So the Sean one tries to get back in here, trying to defend this position. Eagle Warriors getting little pot shots in as well. Tlaloc on the Tunison side also pre-queued, but he is not close to it. He is a long, long ways away from getting that Mythic Age in. But the question is, can Soup get through himself? All of the Tauntaun Smashers now down, though. Eagle Warriors getting picked off onto the top side. Eagle Warriors over here getting picked off. Another Ayatochli coming in. And I think Soup is getting pushed out of this game. He just can't spend his resources. He can't get to a equal position. The town center and Tlaloc gets denied for a second time. Eagle Warriors cleaning more stuff up. We've got a lot in the tank here. Okpakli infusions now coming through, as well as the Ayatochli is going to slowly take down more stuff. And Soup is just throwing away economy here. He now clicks up yet again. Back into the main base. Tlaloc is coming through, but it's 2 minutes away. And even if it ends up finishing, it's still not going to be the win that Soup needs it to be. More units are coming in, but they're all just dying. At this point, you almost just want to garrison everything into the building it's building until you hit full pop or something. There is 81 favor in the bank for Soup. He could go into bunny rabbits here. Not a terrible idea. So Eagle Warriors get a couple of pot shots off. Of course, the Eagle Warriors from Soup can outrange. So with impeccable micro, they might actually be able to win this fight. Onto this top side yet again. The Warrior Priest just trying to sacrifice themselves to take out the Ayatochli, but it's not going to be enough. Down to 425 HP. Could be nice for Soup to actually pick that off. Blood Pact is up again, so he can go for another kill. Meanwhile, onto the bottom side, Soup says, time for a third town center. These villagers over onto this top side, however, they're cut off from safety. Now, he could try and make a bail for it down the bottom side, but this is not going to be easy in the slightest. Sean one's coming through. And into the main base, though. Another Ayatochli in, and that's going to be stopping the Tlaloc again. That's going to be stopping the Tlaloc again. Soup will be able to get away with his villagers. No? Will he? Eagle Warriors getting the damage off as the Tijipla is through, and that's a huge amount of damage there to boot. I don't even know how it happened. Are you kidding me? There is no world here where Tunison should have found a win, but Soup, with his refusal to give up on that Mythic Age idea and just play into his strength, which is literally just making Eagle Warriors. Without question, if he just spent the resources, made units, he would have been in a really good position here. But he just didn't do it. And Tunison is now up 2-0. I don't know what else to say. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to happen for the next game, because this is a wild series. Alrighty. Game 3. Soup's back up against the wall. What can he do here? Well, the map is Giza. And he's sticking with his Aztecs. But now he's up against a scary god and a scary player on this god. Tunison is going to be playing some Aranos. Aranos versus Tezcatlipoca. Aranos versus Tezcatlipoca. There's still some power left in the Soup draft, but there's some incredible power left in the Tunison draft as well. A reverse sweep here from Soup is going to be incredibly difficult. Tunison on his main god now for game 3, full match point against a god that, to be honest, is pretty underdeveloped. One strong strategy is what a lot of people are saying for Tezcatlipoca that does not work versus Aranos. Why doesn't it work versus Aranos? Well, Aranos can build 2 or 3 different units that hard counter everything inside of that strat. What's the strat? Getting out those Jaguar riders, going for myth unit as well, and then just overpowering. Whereas Aranos can just go straight into catapulty heroes, potentially also make some Caraballista and make those heroes in order to deal with those Sean one. It's a very tough game. That being said, I'm saying it's underdeveloped because there's a lot of other opportunities here or possibilities for Tezcatlipoca to play for. We'll see what Soup is going to choose. Let's jump into Giza and check out the game. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Left side of the map, Tunison on Aranos. Right side of the map, Soup on Tezcatlipoca. And the first thing I bring your attention to, forward gold mine and forward gold mine. This is not a defensive map. The last time I saw Aranos versus Tezcatlipoca was Eric BR versus Mini Yeti in the first week. There's so many matchups, ladies and gentlemen, Age Mythology. There's literally like 23 gods. Or is there more? That's just a number that I'm not even sure. There's so many gods right now, and each one of them is different. So you go through all of these matchups trying to figure out how to play them all. It's not easy. But that game had Mini Yeti pull something very, very sneaky to find a win, which was a village center at the back of his base with a second gold mine. That's not going to be a possibility here for Tunison. Of course, he could try and sneak a Sky Passage, but Soup is very good at hunting those down. We'll see what Soup's plan's going to be. Of course, he's going to go for his Mass Calpuli opening. He's already got himself the Livestock Pen and the Lumber Outpost. You just net so many extra resources when you do this. If you just think about it just a little bit, if you have 4 villagers gathering and you increase them by 15% efficiency because you have the lumber outpost on top of it, well, you're looking at nearly an extra villager. Not quite an extra villager. Nearly an extra villager. Shockwave does get stolen there by Soup. I always get confused when I see a Shockwave coming in when Tezcatlipoca's around because, well, he steals it. And it looks like he used the god power, but he didn't. He doesn't have it. He's got it in bag, and he can use that many times throughout this game. Relic's getting grabbed here though. Blue Crystal Shard for Tunison is going to be a godsend. An extra 5% bonus gather rate on gold and wood. Can't say no to that. Dragon Palace Crystal as well. 10% extra wall and tower hit points. Over onto this side, we have the Dwarven Calipers, which is the Siege and Kinemetsu becoming a little bit cheaper. And finally, Jurang in this left-hand corner. Nothing too impactful here, to be honest. If you're playing as Odin or something, Zhurang is amazing. We do see that the Commission Spy spots the Citizen over onto this left side, so Soup might want to put some pressure there. My take on this matchup is that a classical fight through Malinil Jotchital is incredibly strong. And I have a feeling we're probably going to see that from Soup. Super simple to play. You just spam out War Hut units. Lots and lots of archers, spearmen. Get the large scorpions as well from your infested den. The one worry is if the Uranus player is smart enough to get to the Heroic Age, utilize Sky Passage, and utilize the Satyr special to take your army out. I am seeing some stuff in the chat, so let me just explain the format of this tournament while we're in the semifinals here. Each week is a different playoff. There are 5 playoffs. So if your favorite player does end up losing in one week, don't worry, they get to come back next week. And they get to come back to next week after that. And the week after that, until we have 5 qualifiers, 5 players for the actual LAN in Athens. So there's a lot of opportunities here for these players to play, to show their talents to the world and their ability to find a win. Oracle gets sniped down on this side from Tunison. Nice find for Soup there. As the Noble start coming up from Soup. I get the idea here from Soup. One big upgrade that Tezcat Lapoka has is this one. Where is it? This one here. I can't remember what it's called. Teponatli's Reach, maybe? It is. Close. Tepeyotl's Reach. Which, to be honest, is pretty strong. But I don't feel like you have to rush it as the... Gotta be careful with that Galadriel. I think that the way to play with the Galadriel in 2026 right now is put it in a separate control group, move it outside of your army, and just keep it behind your army. That's the secret. At least in my opinion. As the Rhinoceros getting him up on the top, we will see some walls coming down here from Soup. I like that play quite a lot because this is sneaky. If Tunison wants to try and get a raid on, why not just get these walls up? Now, I said it once, I'll say it a billion times, but there's not really a negative here to putting 2 villages on this wall. You get caught out a little bit if you have the potential to get caught out if you only put 1 villager. You don't really lose much in the way of total resources if you put 2 villagers on it. So long as they're on separate building duties. Nonetheless, the units in the front line, a couple of Murmilla heroes. It's scary for Tunison to take a fight right now. He needs a lot more Murmilla heroes here. Meanwhile, up onto this top side, does scout the Sky Passage in the left side. Another Sky Passage coming up onto the right side for Tunison to get more hunt. But, I mean, Soup, he's able to be on hunt at this point, which is kind of really, really good for him. And in fact, he is basically... I would say he's trying to cheese out a Heroic Age here. And I think Tunison is feeling that. He sees the army and he goes, hey, you don't have a whole lot of stuff here. Soup says, all right, better take the fight. We've got that Carnivora getting dropped down. That's going to be able to eat up one of the Ocelotl warriors. The villagers here will be pulling back while this is all going on. And Soup says, all right, time to run. He basically had to take that fight in a way. Otherwise, he was in trouble on his hunt. Now he pulls back. Now he's going up to the Heroic Age and getting himself watchtowers in. So he gets his Heroic Age and he got the food that he needed. But Tunison, well, he got a lot of value on that attack. Soup has been incredibly greedy in this series thus far on teching. In teching for teching. He's been wanting to get to the next age. This time, to be honest, he didn't really lose a lot. Traded a God Power for maybe a warrior priest and a couple of large scorpions and 1 or 2 ocelotl warriors. Not the end of the world. Of course, he did have to run. Those villagers were idle. They would have been idle anyways after the rhinos were finished up. On the flip side here, Tunison now, well, he's got an army of murmillos, which, while they're good against the jaguar riders, there's also the shorn ones, which are going to be coming through here, you'd have to imagine. On top of that, lots of goats here remaining for Soup, so he can continue to get himself a lot of food through. So he gets his heroic age in. It is Coil Jalqui, which does net this very important technology in the temple, which makes it's the Coil Jalqui stone, which makes the temples and the great temples technologies cost a lot less. Into the main base comes the great temple, and Tunison now has to make the decision. Do I try and lock the map up and go for some sort of a full send classical age gold starve here? Or do you say, no worries, let's go heroic age and we can maybe drop a chaos and do the same thing? If you go for that second option, then you might be facing a great temple on the second gold mine. That's Soup. Levy Great Temple Soldiers. Also going to get himself the, I can't even say that, Tezis Tekatl's Penance. We've also got the Sensen Huitsnahua. That's just a middle upgrade there as well, so that'll help him coming out of this, but there's going to be so many heroes that I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's going to be working out too much for him. Soup just sends... How do you send those villagers forward that blindly? Shockwave is available for both players, mind you, but that there is going to be a lot of dead villagers. As the Shockwave gets dropped down, the villagers are going to attempt to retreat. There goes the Starfall, and Tunison is just going to say, fantastic. Soup's got 900 gold in the bank. Just chill. Nonetheless, the Jaguar Riders charging for this. Titsamiddle does go down. Onto the back comes the Carnivore. Going to eat up one unit there. And the Caladria goes down as Soup is forced back to his main base. He's going to be getting himself heavy great temple soldiers. More Murmillos are coming through. And the Obsidian Shard does end up falling. Of course, we know that the units are just chilling there, right? We know. But that doesn't mean that you should just send your units forward onto a gold mine. You know your opponent's been making units. Nonetheless, Tepeotl's reaches to come through. That helps boost up these Jaguar Riders a lot. Soup now, it's time to look for raids. Tunison here, one thing that he probably could consider is a forward sky passage. You don't really need this third one. You do need two. One here for unsafe villagers and one in your main base for unsafe villagers. It's the Jaguar Riders picking some units off in the middle of the map. They are so incredibly strong at this point in the game. And of course, Tunison is now going to say, no worries, it's time for Catapulties, but he doesn't have a huge amount of counter barracks down at the moment. Only 2. And Soup, hiding inside his base, trying to get himself out an army so that he can move out and take this gold mine. The big thing for Soup is, well, one, he doesn't need to go for this center gold mine. But the big thing for Soup here is that he does have counter units. Shorn ones are very, very strong. As the Jaguar Riders kind of getting caught out onto this position as well. The Obsidian Mirror almost finished, and Soup now says, okay, let's just go to the gold mine. No attempt to move to a secondary position, and this has to be a fight from Soup here. Does he have enough stuff is the question. Those Shorn one should be an amazing addition here to take out that front line, but there's just so much blue stuff here, and Tunison, he knows how much power his army's got as he literally just attack moves through it all. And I don't care who you are, double the military resource value is going to be too much. And Tunison gets full revenge on Soup in week 2 of the playoffs with a devastating 3-0. And we will be seeing Tunison in the finals here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if I had to point out anything, I feel like just staying classical age is perfectly valid here for Tezcatlipoca. Greeting for the power spike of what this great temple is obviously really strong. Don't get me wrong. But staying classical age, making yourself those archers and maybe some ocelotl warriors seems like a really good way to just open and get yourself sorted, get yourself in a solid position. I don't believe you fall behind on economy in this matchup either. When you take a look at it, in fact, Soup was in front and he had idle time. So I think he's perfectly fine to actually take these fights. He wanted this really powerful strat, and Tunison took the advantage, read the map to some degree, or maybe he just plays this way every time. I don't know. Full forward gold mines. Oracle's in position to see everything, and he gets that 3-0. So he's going to be able to take a bit of a rest here. Our next semi-final is Grass versus Mosca. See how they're going behind the scenes. We'll jump into it shortly. Don't you guys go nowhere. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cav to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. if Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3k versus 3k units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights, and now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulimbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster, but immediately Soup just says, no problems. Let me just kill it. The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Tunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one Yudo away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus cav. They're going to get through those cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive, and Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. One in the books. We got semifinal 2 now. Mosca and Grass. So another series here. Another big clash of styles. Well, maybe we could call the clash of styles from Tunison's Soup. We've got the aggressor and the greeter. This one is the defender and the aggressor. Mosca as one of the best fundamental defensive players out there, and Grass as one of the most aggressive players out there. We'll see which style is going to be carrying through here, but regardless, there is a final that's coming that is going to be a very, very interesting one. Mosca versus Tunison, well, they're practice buddies. We've already seen one incredible game with those two at the helm. And then Grass versus Tunison, well, two aggressive players going up against each other is always going to be entertaining. Let's jump over to the draft, head-to-head, and see what Mosca and Grass have seen against each other over the years. I'm not sure I can remember too many tournament games that these two have played, so let's check it out. Alrighty then. Mosca and Grass have never played each other in tournament. This tournament has brought a lot of matchups to life that have been kind of hidden behind bracket seeding. Like we've had, how many actually S-tier tournaments we've had? We had Red Bull, Wololo at the start of Retold. Then we had Genesis. Then we had Wrath of the Gods. Then we had the Clash of Immortals. Then we had Mythic Wars. Then we had Champions League. Then we had Pandora's Box 2. 7 S-tier tournaments thus far. And because of the bracket format of tournaments, we haven't seen these players. That's what this tournament is bringing. It's bringing everything. Biggest land since 2002, 2003. I can't remember when WCG happened for the original Age of Mythology, but biggest land since then. Everyone, all the top players get to duke it out against each other. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's jump over to the draft and see what gods they're going to be playing here, because it's definitely going to be exciting. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. Kronos and Loki bands from Mosca. Shenong and Tsukiyomi band from Grass. To tell you the truth, I'm a little surprised by the Mosca draft here. I'm also surprised Grass just said, hey, have Poseidon. This is very, very exciting stuff. Mosca first picks his Poseidon. Grass then takes away all the other Greek gods. Wow. I mean, what else can you say? Greek, obviously, these two players are incredibly, they're valuing the Greek at a very high clip. That being said, no Demeter, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. But Poseidon for Mosca, Hades, Zeus for Grass. Mosca then takes Amaterasu, Gaia, allowing Grass to have his Uranus and his Thor. Then Mosca picks up Isis, Freya, and it's Odin's set for Grass to round out the draft, with Mosca last picking Susanoo. Now, let's be real. A lot of this is drafting the player rather than drafting the best gods. Now, if your opponent is just a god, can play every single god, has a full, feels great on everything, then it's impossible to play target bands, and the best way to draft is just to pick the best gods. But when your opponent is someone like Grass, who doesn't play China, I don't believe he plays Japan, and he doesn't play the Aztecs, well, you can just go down the line of banning out his stuff. Now, Mosca as well, not picking the Aztecs here. I don't know if this is on purpose. I have seen him playing them, but maybe it just doesn't fit his playstyle. And he says, no, I'd rather play my playstyle in tournament than play something that's just strong, and I don't want to deal with it. We'll see how things go. Giza, the first map, Gaia versus Uranus. A bit of an interesting one. We've seen this quite a bit, and we have seen a bit of a style emerging here that I don't think suits Mosca in the slightest. So it's going to be interesting to see what his style is going to be for game one. Grass, on the other hand, you already know he loves his Murmillo. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go mass Murmillo here, but let's check it out. In onto Giza for game number one. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, Mosca playing as Gaia. Right-hand corner of the map, Grass playing as Uranus. We are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. Back gold mine for Grass, forward gold mine for Mosca. Does mean that any sort of crazy builds from the Gaia aren't really going to be a thing, but Grass could go for a really fast advance time here. I was talking about one style that was emerging in the Atlantean Mirror, which is basically like you just go Chronos Rush as Uranus or Chronos Rush as Gaia. You just make those Terma from your main base and you send them straight at your opponent to get a nice early game advantage. That's not going to be happening in this game from Mosca. Grass as well, not doing the fast advance, could probably still go for the Terma idea, but probably better to just go straight into those Murmillo, take the speed advantage, and try and make that work. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything impactful here. Chariot of Sibel here is a very, very nice relic for the early game. Can definitely help you greed out a second town center or win an early game fight. There's also the Hecate's Torch, which is God Power recharge time and God Power. Cost minus 10%, as well as over onto this side we have the Girdle of Hippolyta. It does make those ranged soldiers have hit points of plus 10%. That helps out the Terma and the Corabalister and the Arcus in this matchup. Up to the top, Rhea's Crown. Cheap second town centers. I have to say, in the Atlantean Mirror, it's pretty rare to see a fast second town center, but if there is someone who wants to try it, Mosca is the guy. He's got himself the town center, rhinos, a gold mine kind of close here. Though he is going to be going for a pretty late advance time. If he was to go for this, maybe an Oceanus, not Oceanus, a Alito idea could be interesting, where you charge over, you drop the Gaia Forest on one side, and then you just layer up spider eggs on the town center. 1, 2 layers of spider eggs kind of scares off the all-in, and then you start layering this gold mine with as many spider layers as you possibly can, so you don't get gold starved when you move over onto it. World's coming up from Mosca as well, and he's going Oceanus. So no craziness. It's going to be our stock standard ideas, and Empyrean speed coming through from Grass does give away that he plans to make infantry very, very quick in this game. Otherwise, no point in getting the tech. Now, the big advantage here for Mosca is it's a mirror matchup to some degree. And he's got Gaia Lush to help him on the defense. And he's got the Economic Guild with the cheaper upgrades to help him on the defense. He should be able to push out of his base, set up on hunt, spam units, and be very, very happy to defend. Main base of Grass comes up to military barracks. So the start, very obvious here. This is something that I think Grass is just, he's got a style of Age of Mythology. Let's just put it that way. And it's a very, very exploitative style. You can beat this very, very easily if you understand what's going on. When he plays as Norse, he loves Herser. He spams a lot of them out. When he plays as Atlantean, he loves the Murmillo. So if you know that's going to be happening, well, setting up a wall, getting a Kara Baluster in, and heroizing it early on, that's going to shut down a lot of the options. Forces out Terma. And if Grass doesn't adapt, well, he's going to have some problems. So we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Onto the backside, Mosca's still staying inside of his base. Houses coming down. Goat count 16 to 20. The Grass does win on the goat count, but it's pretty close. Meanwhile, Murmillo's coming around as Mosca is trying to bring this relic back home, sneaking through. Murmillo's up onto the top to just fend off the Grass raids, but Grass is searching for oracles. Nothing in just yet. Is this spotted? Nope. He's just going to be hanging up there for the time being. Everyone's to this side, a little bit of raids. Every unit is just going to get healed up after any sort of tiny engagement. The Murmillos don't spot any oracles up there. Coming around for more. As it is 3 versus 3. And any dead oracles is obviously the biggest amount of advantage you can get in these early stages. Into the main base though. First blood is drawn. Trying to take out the oracle here, but the Caladria flying overhead is going to be a little bit too much. And of course, Grass is fine. He's going to just get everything healed up. He does have a little bit of a military advantage here, but on the flip side here, Mosca, he's getting himself his upgrades. Goes for the frontline heroics as fast as possible. It's a big spend. It will slow him down here. Meanwhile, Murmillo's charging forward. Going to try and keep the wall up for a little bit. Not going to be able to get himself his heroes in just yet. Now he pulls back and he can actually go for them. They will be nice and cheap. You can see here, 32.20. But still expensive when you think about it. So the mana now getting slapped down. Mosca's still trying to wait. Upgrade advantage is in Mosca's hands as the fight to come through. This is a tough fight for Grass to take, in all honesty, because you can simply just garrison the Murmillos into the tower if they're close to dying. 3 Caladria flying overhead, though, could be really, really big as a Carnivore gets dropped down for both players. Murmillo's going down. Murmillo heroes trying to take each other out. Microing this is going to be next to impossible as the Murmillo heroes come through to finish off the Carnivora of Grass. Not able to do so just yet. 3 HP remaining. It is just outside of range, it looks like. as the mana of Mosca is almost taken out. Mosca charges forward. At this point, I'm asking, am I going crazy here? Why is there not a Kirikara Ballista? This is a barracks. Why is it not a counter barracks? One Kirikara Ballista prevents all of this from happening. Especially on Lush and especially with channels. But it's not happening, and Grass is just going to continue to spam Murmillos until he sees Mosca do anything else. Medium Murmillo now in for Grass, as Mosca continues back and forth. The fight for the time being cannot favor Mosca. Yes, he's got himself the extra regen from fighting on the Gaia Lush, but he needs his medium infantry in. A quick look at the Murmillo count. 21 to 17. Mosca has got a very long way to go. Catch back up. Low HP Murmillo does manage to stay alive here, and of course will get healed up by the Caladrias of Mosca. There is an armory at the back, and Mosca has gotten himself an armory upgrade. On the other side, Grass hasn't gotten anything, so once the medium Murmillos are in, there is going to be somewhat of an angle here as the fight just continues to happen on this position. One Kara Ballista hero. Is it too much to ask for? I think so. One little kill onto that Murmillo, not able to do so. Is Mosca feeling like he can actually win the fight? Doesn't look like that's the case. He's going to pull back onto his Lush, heal back up. And of course, Grass is going to be doing the same with his Caladrias. There's a little bit more healing from the on the way side of Mosca here. Oracle Hero decides that he wants to get involved before getting sniped. Mosca yet again trying to push forward. I'm confused on the attempt here. Of course, there will be another fight soon, which is going to be involving a Carnivora and a Shockwave from Grass. And for the moment, with Mosca buying upgrades and all that other good stuff, he doesn't actually have the favor just yet to play around that. I'd love to see another mana coming up onto the front or economic guild to allow Mosca to move out of his base a little bit. Now, of course, I'm questioning the full Murmillos because, in my experience, Kara Ballista have been very good, but clearly these guys have played this matchup out. They've played the fact that they build a Kara Ballista and they don't like it. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, mana's going up, and there is the Oracle already there to check things out. As this citizen will have to make a break for it into the mana. Of course, a fight up there. You almost just have to make the fight happen. The Caladria gets spent. That means no Carnivora for just a little bit longer. What's the favor generation rate? 14 per minute. So he has to wait probably about half a minute before he can build or use his Carnivora God power. Citizen has escaped up onto the top side. Another economic guild to come through onto the front there for Mosca. More Murmillos coming in. And on the back side of this, Grass has actually decided to stop spamming units. The other thing that I sort of want to bring up is if there was a Hero Kara Ballista, well, the Caladria can actually get taken out then because they have the homing ballistics. Meanwhile, blue units coming forward, and Grass will abandon this position. He's going to be losing the mana, and the citizens will be able to get back home as Hyperion now on the way. Rhea on the other side from Mosca is, I guess it's not too crazy. It makes sense. With this amount of Murmillos, the idea is to get Rhea in and get that mithril breastplate. No, that's not what it's called. The Orichalcum mail through. As the Murmillos charging in. A little bit of back and forth. He says, I just want to kill the mana. Let me kill your mana. The Orichalcum mail comes through, and then, well, the Murmillo of Mosca hard win the fights. Now, Hero Mamilla is coming in from grass. He does have himself his own upgrade, so they are cheap as well. It kind of looks like there isn't any solid advantage for grass outside of the fact that he's going to be like a minute ahead on the age up. Now, with these economic guilds going around, of course, Mosca just needs to run and stay out of here because, well, there's going to be a chaos and that's going to be problems. No need to really take a fight, just play defense. And Grass says, I don't care about your guy Lush. Let me just charge through here. He's got one idea and one idea alone to come in and hit this gold mine. 175 pop. It's a huge power spike for Grass as Mosca bails off the gold mine. His citizens are quick at 4.4 speed. Heavy comes through for Grass. Armory upgrades on the Grass side. He does have the same upgrades as Mosca, as the citizens will attempt to move forward, but there is a satyr in. It's going to be some damage there. More Hero Mamillos converting. The timing advantage for Grass is just so big. Taking this fight just can't be good. Mosca trying to delay. Now says it's time to turn. Carnivora gets dropped down for both players. On top of the Lush, there goes the Chaos. Trader onto that backside as the Satyr gets stolen away. Orichalcum Mail is coming through, but it's going to be incredibly late. More Murmillos coming in. This is a lot of dead units for Mosca, and Grass is simply put just going to win this fight. What can you do now is Mosca. Orichalcum Mail is slow to come through. The citizens here are going to get pushed off of the gold mine. Citizens pulling back, trying to get back to safety, but the Murmillos, they are too quick. They will not be allowing it. And Grass takes the first win in a game that can only be described as where were the Cairo Ballista? I don't care who you are. Build some counter units. Like, literally, you know that this is going to come, right? The whole idea here from Grass is to go full Murmillos, drop Chaos down, push. But if you have yourself a wall here, and you can sit behind it, pelt the heavy Murmillos with 4 or 5 Carabalista, and he can't do anything. You've also got the Gaia Lush to run. Well, first game from Grass. It's got to feel good to get off to the races there. As Grass gets the first win. Let's jump over to the draft and see what the next game is going to be bringing us. Ecograph is as you would expect. Gaia in the lead. Gaia in the lead. All right, so Blue Lagoon, Amaterasu, Odin is our next matchup. So another exciting one here. I like this matchup quite a lot. On Blue Lagoon. See what style Grass has here, because I haven't seen his Odin. Surprising that Urano sits heroic age first. Well, he does have himself the fact that there's less technologies being grabbed. So while there is a slight lead for the Gaia, he's got to spend more resources on technologies, basically, is I think the story or the explanation there. But now, yeah, Amaterasu, Odin, still not an easy matchup for either side. Lots of ways things can go wrong here. Of course, you've got the wall spammage ideas from Heimdall. You've got Valkyrie raid ideas as well. Of course, on the side of Mosca, he's got Death Ball ideas, which are quite difficult to deal with as Norse. Things like Mass Yumi Archer with not Halberdiers, with Yadi Spearmen, which are also really, really strong. So he can kind of go whichever way that he wants where that's concerned. There's also samurai. There's also Naginata raiders and things like that that can kind of be built. But whenever I think about playing versus Norse, try to avoid building cav unless I'm also going to be building infantry. So cav infantry is kind of working versus Norse at the moment. So maybe staying away from the Yumi archers and going into something like Yadi spearmen and Naginata riders also makes sense here. But we don't have to guess. We don't have to posture. We don't have to make it up as we go along. Game 2, Mosca versus Grass is on the way. Blue Lagoon. Let's check it out. If I can find where it is on my thing. Alrighty, into game number 2. Left side of the map, Mosca playing as Amaterasu. Right side of the map, Grass playing as Odin. It is Blue Lagoon. Let's check out the relics before we try and dissect the matchup all too much. Atlatl of Ergatl is here. This is an insanely strong relic for Mosca, I would have to say. It's also really good for Grass to help him take out things like Samurai a little bit more efficiently. Hori's hunting bow over here, plus 5% of the base gather rate of huntables. Huge relic for Grass because he's already got a boosted hunting gather rate as Odin. Anvil for Firestis up there as well for the gold research cost, minus 50% there for the armory. And then we have Svadilfari's Sledge, fortress-like buildings, favor cost set to 0. Alrighty, into the main base here. There is the gold mine that is somewhat exposed. And generally speaking, a somewhat exposed gold mine can fall victim to forest fires. So a forest fire here knocks out the shrine. And even if you're going for like a Shrine of the Hunt type idea to protect your gold mine, the shrine's probably going to die. And then you're in some trouble here. That being said, Mosca's going to drop the temple as well. And he might not drop his Shrine of the Hunt here anyways. Also, there are the angles of going for things like Undermine or Heimdall and trying to make that work. Grass as well. He's deciding to go for a little bit of a more stock standard build. No fast Hursa. No fast advance. Slow and steady. Gets his house up randomly over onto this side. Not a problem there, but he's not going for a fast advance. He's going to come back, drop his temple, and just play what we like to call stock standard Odin. What's the advantage of this over going for the early temple into early Hursa into relics? Well, the basic advantage is you just get your military buildings down a little bit more quick. Because you don't have to worry about idle time or walking time on the palm trees. You get your wood in a little bit more efficiently, and you are good to go. Minakata Tommy coming through for Mosca as the Mosca Miko does pop out, and a shrine on the back almost indicates that this is going to be Shrine of the Hunt here, because this doesn't really help Mosca out all too much, but that Shrine of the Hunt doesn't help out Mosca to defend his gold mine either. That being said, you don't really know that forest fire is coming. Losing this forest, this shrine, opening this position up, that's something you just have to deal with a little bit later. When Yudo pops out, Hursa coming through. It's the scouting from Grass. A little bit unfortunate. Misses that Ahakatl of Ekatl. How do you say it? I don't even know. Atlatl of Ekatl. Misses that one as the Hori's hunting bow does come through. And that's going to be nice. If we take a look at the actual food situation, up onto the top, you can move to hunt here. You can move to berries here. There's hunt in the middle of the map. Hunt at the bottom side of the map. Dojo now coming through. for Mosca. As the forest fire gets dropped onto the bottom side here. That there is a decision that, to be honest, I don't get in the slightest. Kills off a lumber or a mill. A water mill. And Mosca just moves over onto his cherry trees. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie coming through to try and take out the Naginata Rider. Lots of damage to come in onto this one, but it will be able to get away from here, especially with the help of the Kitsune, which moves 6.3 speed. A little bit faster than that Valkyrie. And of course, Mosca is going to heal that one up. So both players winning out there in a little bit. On the favor side for Grass and on the Bushido side for Mosca. Up to the top side. Grass does make a move here, and he has to be careful. Got to be very, very careful about these Naginata Rider shenanigans as the raiding cavalry are going to come through. And I'm not surprised here. I was talking about a style of Japan or Japanese that sort of makes sense versus Norse, which is infantry, or just even a style versus Norse, which just kind of makes sense, which is infantry plus cavalry. So we're going to be seeing samurai, but I am a little confused as to why not Yari over samurai. Now, samurai are good for Amaterasu because you get a little bit more Bushido from them, but they're not really going to be super useful to take out the raiding cavalry. So we'll see how it goes. Amplifies this in for who? Amplifies this in for Grass there. As he's still looking to put some pressure down onto this bottom side. Raven ends up getting burned alive. It will come back after 60 seconds. But oftentimes I notice everybody just sort of forgetting the Raven. When not 60 seconds, it's more than 60 seconds, isn't it? 180 seconds. 3 minutes. That's why people forget about it. It just takes so long to come back online. Nonetheless, Mosca pulls back. Lots and lots. Not Mosca. Well, Mosca now pulls back. Grass pulls back. Lots of units in for Grass now, though, as he says, all right, I'll take out your house and try and enter onto this position. So units will come around onto the back, trying to take out some units while this is all going on. Of course, little bits of back and forth here because you can heal up, but little bits of damage. Takes down the... Doesn't quite take down the house. Leaves that alive. As with the samurai in, Grass has got to abandon ship. So an axeman comes through. That's a target now, though, for the samurai on the retreat. But Mosca respects that retreat, says, I'm not going to go for the small value plays. Let's just keep it calm. Now we also see Yumi Archers coming in. Now, if you go Yumi Archers, you kind of need a lot of them. I think this is going to be tough for Mosca to make work. He's already committed to the Naginata Cavalry and the Onimusha Samurai sort of comp. And how to mix in the archers. I feel like Grass is going to have some advantage here. Grass doesn't yet have himself any upgrades from the Great Hall. He has been going into his Valkyrie first, so he gets himself the Shield Maiden Valkyrie. When raiding cavalry gets sniped, as the Naginata Rider raid coming through. Is there any weaknesses in this main base for Grass? Answer is, why, yes, there are. Villagers, dwarves. Everything is a weakness right now for Grass as Mosca gets through, sneaks in. He will be killing off the Rhino here. Not sure what the Rhino did to him, but he will take that out. He's got to be careful to play around this line of sight of Grass as well, but he runs straight past it. Does Grass notice this or not is the big question. Answer is he does not. Now the Naginata Rider's into the main base, and Grass, well, he is about to lose big time on this raid. 2 villagers going down. The villagers on the top also getting taken out. It's one Herso here to try and fend things off. 3 villagers down. A 4th one potentially. Not just yet. Raiding cavalry coming back to try and take these guys out as a dwarf now going to be getting targeted down. It manages to get into the tower there safely, but some huge damage gets inflicted. Raiding cavalry gets sent packing over here as well. Up to the top side, there's also the food villagers that Mosca can try and take out. As Grass very much in a tough position now. The villagers up onto the top side. They haven't been spotted yet, but they're about to be. As the grass villagers pull back, units up here now trying to get some defense in, do manage to do so. And the Naginata Riders, well, they're going to be out of here. That being said, are they going to be out of here? As now Grass comes in. He's got the surround, takes out the one Yudo onto the backside. Throwing Axeman, they need to be microed in a way to take out the Samurai while also having some sort of a front line there. There goes the Solar Shield for Mosca. Is this a good fight for Mosca is the big question. Onto the backside, Samurai going down. Samurai on the front side going down. Military differential is looking very, very close to equal, but there's lots of low HP units here. The micro is going to be so important as the raiding cavalry taking out the rest of the Naginata Riders, and it looks like Grass is going to come out the victor on this first fight. Big advantage for Grass now is that his Valkyries are alive. All these low HP units would come back up to full HP regardless because he has Odin and he has the regeneration. But with the Valkyries, he's going to have a lot less time to have to play with. Meanwhile, the Mosca units, all the low HP ones died. So huge advantage. And not only that, favor is in now for Grass. So he can make a lot of Valkyrie if he wants. An extra 3 or 4 potentially Valkyrie out. Mosca, on the other hand, well, he is still just spamming out his units. He's nearly up to Bushido tier 3, which is the major scary thing to deal with here as Odin, as Norse. Still no medium upgrades for Grass. Mosca's going to be heavy soon. Armory situation, Grass does have his upgrades on that. So technically speaking, he does have medium upgrades, if you want to consider it like that. On the flip side, there's not an armory up for Mosca. So no medium cav, but he's got an extra effective HP of the 10% and the damage of 10%. So that's what medium gives you. Grass swinging around this side, looking to find the villages. Of course, there are villages in the center of the map now. Armory comes in. Walls coming up as well. Trying to defend himself. Grass just making sure that no funny business is going on down the bottom, checking the town center. Units coming up to the top side to try and hit this as Grass has to get back home. Still no medium raiding cavalry. That is a very big confusing decision. As the raiding cavalry come through here, there's an opening and Grass sees it, but Mosca is paying attention. He's like, where are the cav? Well, they're on my food villages. All right. Lots of damage to come through here as Grass is trying to cut the units off on the retreat. Picks one villager, gets a couple of units. The Naginata Riders are coming back in here as well as Grass needs to make that decision. Do you take the fight or not? Medium cav is coming in and they will take the fight. Units back over here trying to pull back as well. Grass is going to be hitting both sides here as best as possible, but those throwing action are a little bit slow to get in. Raiding cavalry for Grass are looking like they're going to be winning this fight because the Miko, well, there's no heroes here. On the Mush are a little bit late to get involved as the throw and axeman coming through. The raiding cavalry might want to pull away from this side to get onto those Yumi archers. The Bushido is coming through now. Heavy is in, but 4k military resources for Grass, and he's on top of the gold mine. Throw and axeman going to be taking out those samurai as well up here as those are all going to get taken down. The raiding cavalry finishing everything. Villagers starting to shank up here too. As Mosca says, if I can just stay alive here, maybe it's going to be okay. More Valkyrie coming in, more reinforcements. There's 64 military to 20, and it's looking like Grass is going to be rushing to a 2-0 lead in this semi-final. Is it just pure domination today? And Mosca taps out. What a push from Grass as Mosca tried to secure this position, but yet again was burned by what? By not putting the villagers onto the walls. He would have netted the same amount of resources regardless, but instead opted in for a little bit more earlier to spend, and he lost everything on allowing those raiding cavalry in while he was trying to pressure. But I mean, that being said too, I feel like after Mosca got in here and got these villager picks, he tried to put so much pressure onto Grass when he probably could have just bailed out. He picked off 3 or 4 villas, just sit on that advantage and win the game. Very un-Mosca-like to try and force the fight there. And Grass is taking full advantage here as he's now up 2-0. As it's looking like it might be a Grass versus Tunison final at the moment, unless Mosca can pull something out. As the next map, well, it's going to be on Ghost Lake. So let's check out the draft and see what they're going to pick. It's going to be a fun one. I'm letting you guys know. Well, when your back is up against the wall, you're down 0-2. Who do you turn to but the god that has done you justice and carried you through thick and thin for the longest time ever? Mosca locks in Poseidon. Grass, on the other hand, he has to know that Poseidon is coming here. And he picks Thor. He picks Thor. Very, very interesting here from Grass. Not an easy matchup to play, in my opinion, for the Thor. A lot of people like to say that Norse is really good versus Greek, but I think that Poseidon has got a lot of angles here to play. Early Hermes attacks on 1 gold mine sort of situations. You've got defensive Ares type ideas that are also tough to deal with if it ends up being a Dwarven Armory opening and a defensive gold mine situation. You can even play the same sort of style with Hermes, fast second town center ideas while putting light pressure on with an Atalanta and Centaur against those early Dwarven Armory openings. We've also been seeing Norse players not want to go for the Dwarven Armory, instead going for fast advances. That might be the play from Grass. We'll have to wait and see what the option is going to be. But the map is Ghost Lake, and this is going to be an exciting one. Let's jump into it. Well. Mosca has not made it easy on himself. Game 3, down 0-2. Poseidon versus Thor on Ghost Lake. Grass opens Dwarven Armory on a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, though. He's got the back gold. He's got the boars here. You almost know that Mosca's first instinct here has to be to rush. But he's going for a storehouse. This does slow down the advance time a small bit. He's going for another villager on wood, which slows down the advance time a good chunk. It's not going to be the Mr. style of early aggression into whatever happens next. It's going to be the Mosca style of, I don't have any idea what he's planning here. Gold mine situations, there's plenty of them. It's an 8 gold mine Ghost Lake. Town centers, however, they're not looking super amazing. Mosca does have, well, both players do have themselves some hunt close to the second town center, but it's too far away to just drop this and go for it. And that plays into the Grass strategy as well. Temple now coming up for Mosca. Relics on the map. Arrows of the Alpha. Buildings get a little bit of extra damage. Could be nice to grab that and go for the town center potentially. System of Blast over here as well. For the food, wood, gold cost minus 15% of the villagers. Onto this side, we have the Dragon Palace Crystal, which is wall and tower hit points plus 10%. And at the top of the map, Tower of Cestus. So there is a little bit of value to be taken from going into some towers in this game to play a defensive game. But even so, it's a little bit risky to make that happen. Temple coming down. And the first thing to point out here that is dangerous on the grass side is that grass has opted for an incredibly gold-hungry build order. Pure dwarf means every single dwarf he builds, they're only 50 gold, but every single dwarf he builds is going to mean 50 gold less in this home gold mine, which means he will have to move out onto a second gold mine very, very quickly. There are some other builds that are out there, which can help out where that's concerned, but Mosca, he is playing for the most... I'm going to... Look, I'm just going to say it. I'm sorry. Divine, I love you. But this is what we call a divine town center. There's nothing close to it. Gold mine. Sure, there's a forest here. There's a wood. There's like a cliff here. Sure, you can try and grab it. But this is one of the worst town centers you will ever see. And Mosca says, I'm taking that one. Absolutely wild. Meanwhile, Grass still getting himself his upgrades. We will see the Centaur coming in. The one thing that I don't particularly like from Mosca in this decision is he doesn't show Grass anything. So what do I mean by that? If I am playing here as the Thor, I'm just thinking, where are the Hippias? Where's the Atalanta? If he's not attacking me with them, well, he's gone for a second talent, and I'm already making those guesses as the Thor player. And if I know that the Poseidon player is gone for 2 TCs, well, now I get to construct my plan as the Thor to get my own second talent center or to go for a really solid all-in. That being said, if you were to charge in with, say, 2 or 3 Hippias right away, you can make it look like you're going heavy on the classical fight, which forces the Thor player to stay put and say, what's going on? Not really very much. I don't know. And I think Grass, well, he has read this very, very nice. He moves out onto this side. He's looking for his town center immediately. And the Berserk here for Grass now coming in to check things out. A little bit of respect here from Grass, I'd say. I don't think, well, I mean, it's kind of respect. He doesn't really know what town center is being grabbed or how bad it is. But if there was a time to go full send and full aggro, it's right now. Mosca is building himself out some Hippias. This Berserk has got the information that it wanted. But, I mean, Grass doesn't really know how bad this position is for Mosca, does he? He sees the hunt. He should know there's a gold mine here, but to what extent this is defensible, he doesn't really know. The cliff spawn in, the forest here, it's all a little bit different. Up onto the top, though. Mosca, smartly, in, but doesn't quite have enough stuff here to really get this fight happening, as the Hippias are going to try and just dive past, going after the Berserks. A little bit of delay. Any amount of delay here is really big, as the Hippias trying to ignore that Hercules there. It's not a Hercules, it's a Hursa. Wants to stop more units to come in, and Grass will turn. Bit of a misclick there onto the special attack from the Centaur, as Centaur trying to get that damage done. Does get slapped by the Hursa a little bit as the damage to come through. Taking a little bit of damage onto the Centaur isn't the end of the world. Great control by Mosca, as he does get that special attack off onto the Berserks. Healing Spring gets dropped down. Grass doesn't want to give up on this position. Of course he doesn't. More units to come in, though, from Mosca. He's trying to take the fight, but this is just not a winning fight. He gets the delay that he needs, though, and that's the big deal. 5 seconds remaining. Town center up. Differential on villages is 37-30 at the moment. Great snipe there with the herdman, but a return fire from Mosca. It's not a good trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. Into the backside, random troll causing some issues here. Is there a hero? There is a Theseus that could get built out as the centaur comes through. Will be potentially an answer here, though the troll, you have to dodge the projectile. 1.5 speed versus, is this 1.5? You can basically dodge the projectile, get your shot off, and then dodge the projectile again. If you really want to sweat hard on that micro, it's possible. Mosca is also out onto the right food, and he's over onto this left gold. There's a lot of opportunities here for grass to get raiding. But this game is looking like it is going to be going very, very late. Relic gets picked up there by Mosca. You know it's a pro player when the relic gets picked up and never gets dropped into the temple. It's just something that we know happens in these sorts of games as the Berserk's coming down onto the bottom side. I love this house from grass. Knowing that this town center hasn't been taken from Mosca is a huge amount of information. As Mosca is going to continue on his Hippias ways. Centaur also coming down. There are 6 villages on the favor. This is something that I've brought up a while ago about... great little house down over here as the grass berserks don't really notice what's happening. But this is something that is very, very important. Centaur, once you get the numbers of them, currently become ridiculously strong. So 6 villages on favor will slow down the Mosca economy a little bit, but he's going to get some really powerful units here. And they're also moving at 6.3 speed, so they're able to stay away from stuff as these Hippias raids coming in. Almost gets a Vil pick, not able to do so. One hit from death on both sides as the Hippias trying to sandwich there. Not losing anything. Both players get away without too many issues. And Mosca is now going to head to the Heroic Age. Walls coming up onto this bottom side from grass to just try and lock things off. A market or an armory. An armory coming through from Mosca here. And I have to imagine it's going to be Dionysus. Dionysus makes a lot of sense. Already going into the Hippias. Aphrodite also makes some sense here as well. The combination of Nemean Lion plus Centaur. Not something I've really seen anyone doing. But if you can get that special attack off in sync, well, you just do a ton of extra damage to your opponent's units. With the Centaur special. Stun from the Nemean Lion, stuns the units. And anyways, a little bit of a raid coming in here as the Centaur, Hippias do get pulled back nicely. Mosca is still just trying to poke here. He's doing a great job of it as Skadi is coming through. A little surprised not to see Bragi here from grass. It's not like you really 100% need the Bragi, but having Herdman with Swine Array kind of makes some sense at the moment. And also you prevent the ceasefire from ever getting cast. Meanwhile, walls going down from grass as well. And Mosca pulls back. Every single time Mosca does these retreats, the thing that he does, it's really important, is he makes sure to move the Centaur by themselves. Otherwise, they naturally go to the back of the Hippias. So I'm loving how consistently he's managing to make that happen. As over onto this side, Hippias versus Berserks ends up being a bit of a Berserk advantage for the time being. This other Hippias going to be cleaning up the other Berserk. Back to the town center he goes. Heroic Age in. Hippias pulling back. Got to be careful to not get frosted in a position where you can get trapped by walls. Mosca is now out of here, and he's going to immediately go into the Pacifist. And this becomes hard for grass. He's going to drop an immediate hill fort up onto the top, but a Pacifist, Hippias, how do you beat that comp, especially with the Centaur as well? Now the Centaur get a really nice front line. Goaty might be an option. Throwing Axemen are going to be needed. We'll see if Grass can manage to make it happen. But Mosca is looking in complete control here. Now, of course, it might be a decent idea to keep the Hypaspis back and safe and out of line of sight to just keep that knowledge away. Because Grass might say, oh, you went for Hypaspis? Great, let me go into Jarls. Jarls make a huge amount of sense here on the side of Grass, but he's now only just putting the Great Halls down, and I don't believe he's got... Well, he does have medium raiding cavalry, so he does have a plan to go that way. As the stable goes down, or the Great Hall goes down, Winter Harvest coming through here as well for Grass to boost up that economy. On the flip side, Thracian horses coming through. We've also got heavy cavalry coming in as well, as this Hippias will clean up the wall, just making sure nothing's going on out the backside. And the Great Wall of Mosca to protect the rest of this position and look to get over here is huge. Hippias coming through as the Berserks are trying to sneak in onto this spot. Mosca notices that. He is very active with these Hippias onto this side now. The Herdman trying to come through and deflect the raids. Of course, the Centaur can sort of make things very, very easy for him as he does drop his walls onto this position. This one Berserk goes down. More Berserks trying to streamline over onto that spot. I'd love to see a couple of the Hypaspis make their way over there as the Hippias control... The Hippias control from Mosca here is just... I can't understate this. It is out of this world. A huge win on the fight there is another fight to happen. Still no heavy Hippias in, but now it's finished. And that's going to change some things up onto the top side. Town Center trying to come through as the Hypaspis get brought back. And the walls for Mosca are just about finished. And again, keeping his Hippias alive. You have to remember with Lord of Horses, 0.5 HP per second means every Hippias you keep alive is... I don't know. It's just such a gigantic advantage. Now Grass coming up onto this top side. Ursa come through. Will be a dead Hydra as well as an Atalanta as a hill fort gets dropped. And Grass is looking to make something happen in this next moment. And of course, Mosca, well, he's got Ceasefire, so he can drop that whenever, but you want to save it for Frost, right? He's charging up to the top as the Dwarves pull off of the gold mine here. There's another gold mine onto the right side as well. But onto this position, in comes the portable rams, and Mosca's kind of caught out here. Yes, losing the town center isn't the worst thing in the world because he does get access to those militia. He pulls off with the fortress here. Centaur come in, and Ceasefire does get dropped. Now, well, there's going to be a Frost, and the town center is dead. Of course, Mosca knows that to some degree. He's now going to pop over here and try and finish off the fortress, but there's not enough time. 30 seconds. 12 seconds. Can Grass make this happen now in this next moment? Mosca, 5 military academies, 5 stables. Armory upgrades looking good. Armory upgrades for Grass, not quite as good either, as there goes the Frost. 1 second from completion on the fortress. It's not fast enough. The town center will go down, which means all the militia in the world to pop out. They can try and just dive into the fortress if Mosca wants to. It's not a terrible idea where that's concerned. The town center, you're kidding me. A town center coming up now for Grass is a ridiculous idea because there's bronze after this. There is bronze after this. 14 seconds to town center without question will finish up for Grass. We will have a little bit of damage to come through, but Mosca is just going to click. He's 100% just going to click bronze here. At least I assume he is. As there he goes. Centaur get pulled back. And Grass, well, he's going to trade the town center for the bronze. In essence, that is trading Frost for the bronze. He loses out on his portable rams. A little bit of damage to come through as grass is out of there. We are still seeing the raids onto the villages while this is all going on. Brutal stuff from Mosca to keep on slowing down this economy of grass. As these longhouses as well will get taken down. And behind this, the most terrifying of Mythic Ages is coming through. When the Greek player is in the lead, when the Greek player has the first Mythic Age to come through, when the Greek player has a full army out, and he clicks Hephaestus, well, let's just say you're going to be having some troubles here moving forward. Full iron Greek army will be in a matter of 3-ish minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. Mosca's got 3 armories up. He's already got 1 bronze upgrade. The only thing that Mosca is lacking right now are heroes. 2 heroes out. Of course, he wants to get himself everything he possibly can to deal with the Frost Giants. As the Centaur on the back line, keeping those so safe. It's just so much damage. Look at the damage they've done. So it's not as much as I would have expected, but it's still really, really strong as the town center goes up. And to some degree here, Mosca has been caught out as he will be pulling away from this fight. All the units in queue, though, there's plenty of resources to rebuild this army. On top of this, Polyphemus will be coming through. Militia will come in to help out on the fight to boot. Mosca, though, he is throwing this position a little bit. Does he need this? It kind of does. Gold mine situation is not super ideal here as the portable ram slowly taking out the fortified town center. Centaurs, the pacifists coming out onto this position. A random Petropolis here for Mosca is a little bit scary as Grass's full send on the aggression is terrifying. There goes the Plenty Vault. I mean, to some degree, I feel like Mosca could have just given up the town center, not fought, stayed full pop, gone to full upgrades, and it would have been fine for him. But now, Forge of Olympus is in, upgrades coming through, villagers on this gold mine. Well, they're open for the pickings here. So now hoplites are going to be attempting to get built. And Mosca yet again taking this fight. Really shouldn't be. He needs more units, but the fortress does fall. Militia pop out. They're going to take out the portable rams as Mosca says, I just need some time. And guess what time he's got? He's got ceasefire time. The town center will be up. And of course, Grass will take this opportunity now to spam down buildings in this position. But all Mosca needs is time. 100 villages means about, well, that's 6,000 resources a minute. So 3,000 resources to come in. Means he can get himself to full population. On top of that, time kicks through. Full iron. No champion units just yet. That's the only real issue. Town center is up. There's a village's garrison away. And of course, an attempt to rebuild this wall would be pretty devastating as well. But Polyphemus is going to be coming through here. Mosca needs just a little bit more time. He's getting his Hyroi out in an attempt to maybe take out those throwing axemen. It seems the town center is not long for this world. Mosca makes a break outside of these walls. And Grass is fighting back so well here. But in comes the Mosca army now. Full iron. Didn't manage to get himself his Polyphemus out. Just the one hero. And Frost will get dropped down. Hits the villagers a little bit. No, the villagers are still there. Frost gets dropped down. Town center getting grabbed. And Balder is now on the way for Grass. Hippias up to the top, however. They're going to see the opportunity to take villagers out. There is this gold mine over here. One Petropolis and a Dream to take the town center out onto the top side. Colossus into the main town center as well, as the villagers are going to try and take that one down. Don't know if they're going to be able to do so. 700 HP. It's going to be somewhat close. Heroes now coming in. Champion on the way. Over onto this side, Fortress will get denied by those portable rams. This town center is the town center with Balder coming through, but it's not going to be enough. The Frost Giant pops out. Town center is safe. Up to the top side, Hippias hitting the gold villagers over here, and the differential in military now is stark as Mosca 190 pop to 150 pop for Grass. Grass pulls back. This town center will fall. These heavy Hetairoi are nearly fully upgraded, missing this one technology, Olympian weapons. But the big issue here is if Grass can get full pop, Grass will have a real terrifying army to push Mosca off of gold. But in Mosca fashion, he's already got Donkey Caravan started. So he's got to do more than just push off gold. He's got to stop that trade route. Main base, Hippias raids, going to be just hitting everywhere. Frost Giant comes out. Hippias does fall up onto this side. A little bit of a high five there as neither player are going to be paying attention as this hill fort goes down over here. Town center coming back up for Mosca. Baldur is in, but there's a long way to go as an attempt to get these walls through has gone a little bit unsuccessful. Town center still coming in, but this Polyphemus is going to be enough. Big smack there. Does a huge amount of damage to everything as the Tyroi going to continue to try and get this damage done. Grass just needs time to get himself to a position to click this Ragnarok. Never mind. He's going right now. It's Ragnarok time. He's got himself only 59 Hero of Ragnaroks, though. That's not enough. Mosca has been at the defense against Ragnarok for I don't know how long. He's going to be able to defend this. Probably. He's got a lot of gold in the bank, a lot of food in the bank. Militarily speaking, Hypaspis are coming through. Needs more military academies. But into this position he comes. It will be a dead town center most likely, but for it will be a bunch of dead units as the Tyroi coming through. Still no Olympian weapons. There's another bronze from Mosca. These Tyroi are going to be doing so much damage. They've got 1.4 area of effect here, while their base damage is a little on the low side. They're going to be cleaning everything up, and Grass, the one last ditch effort inside of the rag is not enough. Couldn't even clean the town center. And Mosca does what Mosca does best. He shows everyone what it means to be a Poseidon player in 2026. What a game from Mosca. The ups and downs were there. It was not without its problems, but he manages to find the dub. He just exerts his presence the entirety of this game, and he gets the win. Still alive, but still a long way to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump back to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 4. Next game. Everyone's favorite Budapest. I would say absolutely shocked to see these god picks, but I am not shocked to see the Hades. I am, however, shocked to see the Susanol. I don't know what the idea is. I don't know what the strategy is. I do know what the strategy is from the Hades. He wants to get to the heroic age. He wants to put a fortress in your face. He wants to put sentinels down, and he wants to start sieging you. So the answer to that needs to be what? Can you get away with just spamming units in the classical age? You do have to face up against a curse and a Nemean lion. Might not be enough. If there's a swampland that gets placed down on that position, then that also chews through a bunch of units. Maybe that's the idea. Another idea from Mosca could be one Udor. But that there is also risky because it's 3 heroes to take them out. Don't have to really guess anymore. Let's jump in and see what he's going to pick, but this is going to be an interesting one. Budapest is the way to go. And off to the races we go. Left side of the map, Mosca. Playing as Susanol. Right side of the map, Grass playing as Hades. As the dock's coming down. And, well, I think I have just seen the idea here from Mosca. Kitsune, villager abuse. Look at the pushing from the Kitsune as well. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose or not, but that's a villager pick. And this game is off to the races. Big advantage for Mosca there. He's also got the Miko out. Well, that's going to be fun and games for everyone. Grass went double-sided into the center. And Mosca says, you don't know. I am Japan. I got the advantage here, son. And he gets the first kill. First blood. That being said, also he can't, he's going to delete the dock. He's got to go for the backside here as well, as Grass will do that. Mosca on the flip side, he does the same thing. So what Mosca, did he build out a Miko as well? No. Okay. Very, very, very big opening from Mosca. Huge advantage. Big's getting pulled back. Now, of course, there was counterplay to this. If you're paying attention, you just drop a wall down, hide inside of that. Kitsune is going to be a problem, but of course, Grass just probably wasn't aware of it. So it's just going to be a big fish boom now. The action is over. We can all just calm down for a little bit. Check out some relics. Left side of the map, scales of a Catubla pass. Damage vulnerability to pierce, minus 15%. Onto the bottom side, there is the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. Prodromus Spearman, Herban Catapultes. Plus 0.25 of their max range, which is always nice. What does that actually mean? It means they get to attack further away from them by a tiny bit, which is nice. Helps out the pathfinding and things like that in difficult situations. Trojan Gate Hinge there. Hit points plus 40% there for the walls. And finally, the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. Mosca slowly getting his fishing ship through. There's still 2 more spots there. And it is going to end up being basically equal here, it looks like. I guess you can talk a little bit about the map layout, back gold mines. Budapest kind of spawns in a way that allows players to play backwards. The kind of developer maps that we've normally seen on water maps tend to promote more aggressive play on the water maps. For example, Anatolia, all the gold spawns right in the middle. Midgard, same sort of deal. So yeah, Budapest sort of allows that backwards mobility type idea. You don't have to be pushing forward to actually get gold. So if you're in trouble, you can always say backwards is technically forwards. Mosca's getting his temple up, looking for the next age. Athena on the way for Grass. Ajax coming through. And of course, he's going to be looking for some early game harassment. 3 Mikos out for Mosca at the moment as well. He might be needing those to deal with the early game harassment from like Ajax Achilles, Restoration, and things like that. Meanwhile, off onto the corner of the map, sees himself a nice shrine position with the tree line and the gold mine. Holy paradise for Mosca on this bottom side. Deer, oak trees, and gold. I think this might be close to 2 favor a second. Oh, sorry, 0.2 favor a second. Just for a comparison's sake, this one here with just the forest, 0.08. Do we have some guesses in chat? 0.12. Still a big amount more. Still a big amount more. But nonetheless, classical ages coming through. Inari Okami from Mosca. I was about to say no surprises there, but not going for that Minikatatomi means no one Udor, but I do think this idea of just spamming out units here as the Susanoo does make a lot of sense. Because you can just Swampland to almost counter the curse if Grass wants to go fast heroic here. Stable coming up from Mosca over onto that side. More stables to come through, and a guardhouse as well from Mosca. Now the Bushi come through. We've also got Naginata Riders on the way from Mosca. And the Jurukumo trying to get in there. She's too slow. Could have been a dead Tosca boss, but not today. And it will be Aphrodite. I'm not surprised on this in the slightest. We do have the stables in and Bushi coming through. So Bushi avoid the curse. But it's not like you could go mass on the Musha and Bushi to play around that curse to deny any sort of middle movements. And now the Naginata Riders to come forward. Let's get that headbot out. Return fire just a little bit. To the bottom side. Miko versus Kataska boss. Miko does have 4.4 damage per second, so it's not a win for that wooden sword holding Kataska boss. Archery range coming up for Grass. And Samurai on the way. And I think Grass is going to have to be careful here because this feels like a very, very different type of game. One, no water fighting, so no wasted resources there. Everything, almost everything from Mosca is getting invested into units. We do see the Zom in the main base as well, so no opportunities really to just walk forward and drop a fortress as the Swampland does get dropped down. There goes the Nemean Lion, and Mosca pulling back. He's going up through Fujin right now. Oh, I'm getting excited at the Fujin. Fujin is a really good god on water maps for Susanoo. If you understand, if you get it, you get it. Now, lots of people in chat probably go, you got to go for Swamplands, because not Swamplands, for Thunderbursts. You got to go for Raijin. Go Raijin, get Raiju, spam out the Thunderbursts. But what Fujin offers is a real simple answer to a real big problem, which is that fortress that gets dropped in the middle of the map. Random Skylar feels happy to take out the wall over on this side. Unfortunately, not able to actually take out the full wall. As in comes the army of Grass. There goes the Kusanagi, and Swampland will get dropped down onto this position as Grass is feeling like he can stay here. Now he's pulling back, so a lot of damage coming through from Mosca. Does deflect nicely. Still no Fujin in as the Samurai are trying to come through. Heavy is in for Grass. Very, very close game now moving forward. Now, can Mosca win these fights is the big question. He is facing up against heavy units. Decides to turn right in onto that Nemean Lion. Huge stun there. Mosca is looking like he is, without question, caught out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass say, fantastic, let's walk forward and put that fortress up. He doesn't have the wood at the moment. He's cancelling Peltasts. And onto the forward movement he goes. He doesn't need to go straight in front either. He can put the fortress here and do a bit of a longer siege. But now Fujin is on the way with 150 favor, with 75 favor to come through as well. And there's going to be a lot of Oni. So we'll see how it goes for Mosca, but the fortress will be up. I think Grass's best bet here actually might be to just rush to the Mythic Age. Either that, or he has to hit Mosca before the Death Ball is constructed. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Ondamusha coming in. Sees that Skylar. Loch Ness, the Loch Ness monster, will get smacked. Grass not paying attention there for just a little bit. Gets sent away as the walls will come down. And immediately in comes the fortress as Oni Mask coming in. Ivory Netscape, Oni Mask. The only issue is it just takes time to set up. Mosca's going to just build his Oni for the time being. Feels like he doesn't have the time to set it up. This position here will get knocked down. Of course, he does have himself Smiting Gust. It was not a terrible idea to just send him flying to give himself that extra time. Alternatively, Smiting Gust him into your main base is another option. Naginata Riders in though, as Mosca is always looking for the raids. Comes through, hits the villages. There are sentinels and things like that, but 3 villages taken out. The unit's sitting here waiting, watching. And Mosca says, I'm ready to take the fight. He's about to have another Swampland in as well. Do you want to drop that or do you want to get the Oni out is the big question though. Stable from Mosca goes down. We got ourselves the ballistics coming through. Houses coming up from Mosca as well. In comes the Kusanagi. There goes the wind move away from the restoration. He will be able to, the Smiting Gust, he will be able to keep most of his units alive, but now the main town center is going to be under threat. We've got the Deadly Rage coming in. It looks like double temples are up for Mosca. I'm pretty sure he wins the fight if he takes it. But he might be losing the town center here. He's got to get his units back in. Villagers over here getting left as well. As in he goes. One Chiron and a Dream here. There's also a potential for a Swampland, which he will be dropping in. And immediately, Grass has to run. Lots of units to go down. The retreat here from the Nemean line and everything else. They're going to fall too. And looks like Mosca has survived for the time being. Mosca has survived for the time being. Now, Grass has to start thinking about doing things like rotating around the map, attacking different places. You can't match up versus these Oni in a head-to-head battle here. I think you need Cyclops, Minotaur maybe? I don't know. But in come the Oni. In come the Samurai. In comes the Heavy. Lots and lots of favor in the bank. More Yumi Archers in queue. Not a whole lot of stuff in queue here for Grass either. As those Oni just simply put, do not die. Kusanagi gets dropped down onto this one as the hero's getting targeted down. And Mosca says, I can't stay here. He will pull back. Grass manages to live another day. There is 82 favor in the bank, but not enough food to really get this favor spent. Of course, another option here would be to Smiting Gust the army yet again into this base and go from there. More Samurai in queue. The other thing here is these Onis are also building towards the next tier of Bushido, right? There's going to be champion units in momentarily here for, well, not momentarily, soon for Mosca. As the temple falls, not a big deal. He's got another temple here for the moment, and he will be dropping the Smiting Gust onto the back. As the units come around to take the fight, pretty nasty usage of that Smiting Gust, forcing the fight there. As the Oni, though, will get taken out by the Chiron as the Yumi Archers and Samurai to come through up onto this side, searching for villagers to kill, as Mosca does notice that. Trying to pull his villagers back to safety for the time being, picking off all of the Petropoli here. As the town center gets denied for the last little attempt there. Of course, Mosca will try and put that back up, but sort of doesn't realize. Nice play for Grass, getting a lot of value there, slowing that town center down. Of course, the town center is up for Grass on the top there as well. And now Mosca goes for his town center for the next time. Over here, Shade of Hades coming in, but the Miko are there. They can actually kill off those Shades of Hades, I'm pretty sure. And 2 hitting them, without question they can. So Wall will come back up onto this spot and attempt at a fortress on the front here. Is a little bit scary, but I don't think Grass has the units to make this happen. Will this get spotted is the question. It's just out of line of sight. Now it's not. Fortress is going to get sent, gets seen, gets spotted. And now Mosca on the move forward. He wants his Mythic Age. It will be Watatsumi. He doesn't have a castle up, though. How does he get to the Mythic Age without a castle? Castle into the main base is the option, it looks like. And of course, there's plenty of gold mines to choose from, but Grass decides to go for the forward one. It's a little bit risky where that's concerned. And to the right side, the heavy Naginata Riders searching. Bushido still a ways away here. As the castle will complete, and Watatsumi is going to be on the way, which is very scary for the Grass army. Not only that, there's going to be access to Shinigami. There are still these Onis that can get spammed out, but with Oni Mask plus Shinigami, they will come out near instantly if he has the resources for them. As the Hoplites do manage to fend off the Naginata Riders for the time being. And these Metropoli still causing a lot of chaos onto this side. There's options of another Kusanagi, potentially another Swampland or Smiting Gust here. So Miko's getting sent away. And I mean, there's plenty of positions back here to have a lot of favor. I don't know why Mosca wants to put them in those more difficult positions, but more Oni coming through as it's now 3 town centers apiece. It's a full population army for both players. And Mosca says, maybe I can force a fight. He just wants to threaten and catch Grass out in the center for a disgusting Dragon Typhoon. He says it's time to go, though, as the Kusanagi gets dropped down, the unit's retreating, and, well, straight back to the fortress he goes. I don't know if I like this move from from Mosca, because Grass is going to be next to the fortress, which means he can just garrison. Naginata Rider is going to defend that fortress going up onto the right side there. This is still back and forth for the time being. Incoming Gale's Fury to make those Naginata Riders a bit stronger. And of course, all Mosca wants is this army to get caught out in the center right here, right now. But he pulls back. Can he see everything? It looks like he can. Watatsumi is going to drop down right onto this position as the army of Grass attempts to run. Doesn't do as much damage as you might have expected, but the army is sitting inside of that Typhoon. Lots of low HP units. Restoration is going to be coming through momentarily, but a huge amount of damage now in. The Oni also gets stronger here. Now that they're in the Mythic Age, is this main town center under attack. Military Academy does end up going down. Hoplites getting taken down here as well. Now Grass going to try and get himself back out an army. He's looking like he wants a Mythic Age. I don't know if that's going to help him at this point. He needs units. But these, just take a look at the Oni. They got 1650 HP. They stay alive for so long here. And the heroes get popped so quickly by all those samurai. Now all of the heroes are down and the Oni can wander through. We've also got Oyumi coming in. Bushido on the way to tier 4. The main town center of Grass will probably be going down here. And Bushido tier 4? Well, that's full champion. That's 100 favor. Do you go in for more Oni? Do you go in for Shinigami? Do you go in for God Power? Is the big question. And it does look like, well, one Shinigami got picked off, so that's going to... Did it get picked off? No, it didn't. The Shinigami seems to be the option here for Mosca, as his Oyumi will wreak havoc. But there is a counter to this coming for Grass inside of Earthquake. Can Mosca force Game 5 here or not is the big question. And the big answer is yes, as Grass says, I am not able to continue here any longer. The rare Oni raid at the top. And Grass says, all right, Mosca, the reverse sweep is coming, but I'm going to save it for Game 5. Big win for Mosca here, keeping his tournament chances alive for this week. Gets the dub with the Susanoo. Does it with style with the Fujin. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 5. Well, unexpected. But it's happened. Our last game is on Mirage. You see the Zeus sitting there. You see the Frere sitting there. What would you expect on this map from what we've seen thus far? Pro players, they love their Greeks on this map. But Frere is a counter to those Greeks. Grass goes, oh wait, if I pick Zeus and he picks Frere, that there is a very tough matchup. But what if I pick Set and he picks Frere? Grass picks Set. Mosca goes, hang on, can I play Isis versus Zeus here? I don't think you can. I think Zeus is going to be very tough to beat with Isis on this map, to be completely honest. But can you play Frere versus Set? Kinda. I don't mind it, but it's not easy. Isis versus Set, that's a good matchup. What a tough final pick of gods for these two players. Isis and Set for game 5. Egyptian players rejoice. We got an Egyptian mirror, but it's not going to be a standard one. Set cheese is off the chain here. You've got aggressive shifting sands is early. You've got shifting sands is later for fortresses in your face. Isis has got the powerful Sobek and Osiris, as well as fast thoughts. There's also ideas of going in for spearmen as Set with Horus. All I can say is this one's going to be fireworks. All I can say is this one is going to have a lot of spice. We've got one last game here. After this game, we're going to be taking a short 15-minute interlude to give the winner of this semi-final a short break before they jump into the finals. It's a bit of a disadvantage, to be completely honest, to play your semi-final second in this format. That being said, Recon did it last week and he got the win. Backing up and playing a best of 7, not easy. So I salute the players as they try and make that happen. Tunison, well, he 3-0'd. And then he's just been sitting here for the past hour and a half, probably 2 hours, waiting for his next game. He is going to be fresh. He is going to be ready to go. And we'll see how it ends up shaking up. I've not seen an Egyptian mirror on this map since Legacy. Strap in. It's going to be very, very exciting. Let's check out Mosca versus Grass on the map Mirage. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we got Mosca playing as Isis. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Grass playing as Set. It's game 5. All of the momentum, however, has shifted. Grass on match point for the past 2 games. And 2 tough losses. Thor versus Poseidon felt winnable for a moment. It felt like Grass had it in the center of his palm. Hades versus Susanoo felt winnable. But slip-ups when victory is at your grasp is something that is very well known. And Mosca holds on. He's got one more game to win here to go on and play against his practice partner, his teammate, Tunison, who is waiting in the wings. Grass doesn't want to allow that to happen. We've got a ridiculous matchup here. One that I haven't seen before on Retold, in Retold. Egyptian Mirror on Mirage. I wouldn't be surprised here. I wouldn't be surprised here if neither of these players have played this matchup on Mirage. I just wouldn't. Let's check out the relics. On the bottom side, we've got the Shenong's Okra Whip, boosting up some farmed shenanigans. Up onto this side, we have the Ulla's Bow, which is going to make the range attack go up by +1. Big relic there, actually. Talk about it later. Gugnir Odin Spear, huge relic for Grass here to make his Spearman even stronger. And finally, Hermes' Winged Sandals. Big relic, actually, for Mosca, but Grass could also enjoy that. In fact, let's talk about the way that this matchup is developed. In the very start of Retold, the Egyptian Mirror was basically who can spam Camel Riders the best. It's a very silly matchup because there wasn't a fantastic counter to the Camel Rider. Of course, there was the Horus Spearman and things like that. If you could get there, you'd be able to force some different things to happen. But oftentimes it was just rush Thoth, make Camel Rider, play with tempo, win game. That's not the case anymore. The Spearman is stronger. The Camel Rider, still very, very useful. The Chariot Archer, that's in a nice position as well. When we add... Ooh, what an interesting play here from Mosca with the Fish Garrison and the Pharaoh coming in. We got Sokar here. Hello there, Sokar, and thank you for your support, my friend. Relics, though. The fact of the matter is, +1 range on Ulla. You go Sekhmet, +2 range. For your Chariot Archers, +1 range for your Chariot Archers. That's +3 range. That's huge. Gugnir Odin Spear, you get extra 5% on your Spearman. That's huge. And then the Hermes' Winged Sandals, +5% for your speed, for your cavalry, for your Chariot Archers. All of a sudden, I'm liking Grass's option here to go in for a very, very strong Spearman, Chariot Archer army. And he's going Anubis to also boost his Spearman up to boot. That being said, Mosca, he's coming out. He doesn't have his relic upgrade just yet. He hasn't scouted everything just yet, but he does see this. Onto this side, we've got a monument to the villagers through for Mosca because he just wants to play around Shifting Sands and play around Plague of Serpents. If he sees Shifting Sands, then he can just empower the monument to the villagers and he's kind of okay. But for the moment, it's just going to be onto the town center. Get that up as fast as possible. The keen zebra. The grass zebra here searching. Not checking the town center just yet. But with Mosca going for a fast second town center, doesn't this open up the world of the set cheese? I was talking about all of these late game situations, but that's not going to be the case here. Both players deciding it is going to be town center shenanigans. Back gold mine. There's some rhinos on the front here as well to grab. It's definitely going to be an option. Persane coming through for Mosca. Yeah, doesn't have himself the flood of the Nile just yet. No upgrade just yet for grass, but I'm sure he's going to be grabbing it soon. And it's a boom off. It's a boom off for game 5. For one chance at that ticket to Athens, guys. Anubite, little bit of dukage here. Pretty hard to actually kill off the Anubite if either player is paying attention because it just pulls back, heals up. Not much to make happen where that's concerned. Now, Necropolis on the way for Mosca. Persane finally coming through. Pickaxe coming through. And the big thing that I'm seeing here from Mosca, he hasn't dropped Prosperity yet. And I really like this. We've seen this way too often for too long. ISIS players' plan, it was nerfed recently and the specific plan was nerfed. But ISIS's players' plan was an early Prosperity for a faster second town center and some more map control with priests. You hold on to that Prosperity for a little bit longer and it gives you a gigantic boost of gold. Especially when you're playing in the 2TC situation. It's a really big deal. And Mosca knows what's coming for him, so he doesn't even have to react to anything. Just go to the heroic age. If Grass wants to play for the classical age here himself, well, what's he going to fight? What's he going to attack? There's not a whole lot. Nephthys, they've got a choice for Grass, though. Does leave me scratching my head just a little bit. It could be a fast mythic plan here for Grass. Drop Ancestors down and try and make that happen into Camel Rider. Or into Horus could be another option. But I do scratch my head where this is concerned as the Anubite in. A little bit of damage through. Villagers trying to get involved as, well, they just jump over to the tower and the priest is over here going to heal everyone up. That does slow down Mosca's heroic age just a little bit. And Mosca's forgot himself an armory. A little bit of mistakes here. This is the type of mistake that can really hurt. You're already behind on the tech. As now the upgrade is coming through. Sobek on the way. But Nephthys is in. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass just wander forward and look to maybe slap a Migdol down right here. Especially seeing that Prosperity going down then. That kind of gives away that Mosca is very late to the heroic age. Sobek through. Sultan 4 are pre-queued. Mosca wants the economic upgrades. And the villagers, they wander forward. And I think this obelisk sees that. Yes, it does. Migdol Stronghold will be up. So there's a timing advantage here for Grass. And Grass goes for a siege works first. So not only does he have a timing advantage on the Migdol Stronghold, but he's got a timing advantage on the siege to boot. Both players are going to have a Plague of Serpents. Both players are going to have a God Power to drop here. But there's almost nothing that Mosca can do to stop this attack from hitting. Because the siege towers are just everything. Vision gets dropped down onto this position as the villagers will pull back. There goes the Migdol Stronghold. One Petsukos and a Anubite. To try and hold this position. That's all he's got. Petsukos targeting down the Camel Rider for the moment. Gets 2 shots off. Big damage. The town center is dead. Mosca, I mean, he's got a lot of resource advantage, but losing the town center gives a big advantage over to Grass. That being said, Grass is housed. He's got them all queued up, but he's not building them. He is without question housed. I don't know if it shows that he's housed or not. The double Migdol's now up. Big spammage of Camel Riders to come through. No Spearmen behind this. So the Camel Rider advantage for Mosca is going to be gigantic. Ancestors gets dropped. But where? On the back. Lets everything start to come through first. And then he will charge in to get as much damage as he possibly can. Petsukos gets brought back there. There goes the monument. Minions now charging forward. Scorpion Man goes down. Priests trying to heal everything up. Grass full send at the moment to try and take out these Migdol strongholds as the Sobek does get dropped down. The Locust Swarm goes down there. The villagers trying to shank down the siege towers. It's looking like this attack has failed. And Grass is sent packing. Absolutely huge for Mosca. Mosca going to drop his monument to the villagers back up, protecting himself from any impending god powers yet again. Of course, the villager advantage for Grass will start to come online. But does that matter? Siege works for Mosca. Monument to the soldiers through as well for potentially more Petsukos. Walls coming up all across the map as the Camel Rider raids will come up. Yet again, Mosca makes these walls, but only with one villager, and he is getting punished for it. Down a town center at the moment and getting hit on the economy hurts. This is the way through for Grass. I'd also love to see him just move into barracks and start making spearmen. Force out chariot archers. Force something different here from Mosca, because Mosca's got all the advantage inside of the Camel Rider spam. Now the siege tower's on the way forward, of course. The priests are there to help out. Plague of Serpents is going to get dropped down on the defense as the heavy Camel Riders to come through. For Mosca, a little bit late, but it's going to be in time. All the Camel Riders now coming in. Priests helping on the heels as Mosca says, no, I don't want to take this fight. Differential 21 for Grass to 20 for Mosca, but Mosca does have the upgrade advantage, but he's fighting underneath the Migdol stronghold. You look at this fight and you go, who's going to win? I don't know. Both players trying to heal up their units. Good retreat micro from Mosca. But Grass looks like he's now pushing back. He's in the lead. He's up 10 villagers. Mosca back against the wall. Three Camel Riders, 6 Camel Riders. It's just full spam on the Camel Rider at the moment. Almost think just empowering the Migdol here wouldn't be a terrible idea for Mosca. Armory upgrades. Advantage is about to be in the hands of Grass. Still not a single spearman. On the backside of this, Grass, well, he seems to have, feels like he's got a bit of an advantage. He does. He's going Thoth. Now, of course, Thoth is big because you get that Valley of the Kings. It's huge, but I'm still looking at this matchup going, what's wrong with Spearman again? I'm just saying it. Siege Tower's rolling forward. Military differential. 29
into you
to 26. It is a big advantage to be a tiny bit in front in these situations. Grass. Mosca darting back and forth as Grass has got his own siege tower presence himself. Siege towers do beat siege towers. Trying to break through this position almost doesn't make a huge amount of sense as the Serpents will take the first little bit of that fight. Mosca pulls back. Siege tower's there to tank up a little bit. Is there enough stuff? Again, fighting underneath the Migdol stronghold, but he does have a big advantage. Lots of Camel Riders in the back there as Grass now pulling back into his position. Siege towers to continue the defense here. Militarily speaking, though, Mosca in a very big advantage here. He pulls back, though, after winning the fight. Of course, Thoth is going to come in, which means Meteor in the defense. Town Center on the left is now up for Mosca, but he's so far behind on economy here. Being behind on economy and then also having to face up against Valley of the Kings, this is tough. Another town center for Mosca. To somehow attempt to defend immediate champion Camel Rider. I mean, maybe Mosca should be making Spearman. I don't know. Grass trying to, well, I mean, Grass trying to bait in, but I feel like he should just be attacking here. If he can put the Meteor down on this position, he's going to drop it straight onto the Camel Riders. And Mosca says, goodbye, sir. I don't think he takes much damage here at all. That Meteor hits Grass more than it hit Mosca. It does take the town center out. Of course, all the Camel Riders are low HP. Champion Camel Riders on the way, as well as Iron Armor, as Mosca says, I got to take the fight right away. Can he win this fight? It's a big question. Lots of units not actually attacking for both players. The Siege Towers kind of distracting Mosca's Camel Riders away. And of course, the Phoenix is going to come through. That's going to be an issue. Champion Camel Rider now in for Grass. A little bit late there. The Grass has got such a big advantage cooking. 67 villages to 77 plus Valley of the Kings. So the Camel Riders come out even faster as Grass says it is time for a Migdol right in the center. Well, at least it seems like it. He's going to get his mining camp up. He is at full pop, so no real angles here. Osiris on the back of this for Mosca. Makes sense. If he can survive, he wins the game. Why? Because Grass doesn't have any real good answers to Desert Wind's Camel Riders. Phoenix sitting on the top. Gonna get a little bit of damage done. It will end up dying. The Camel Riders for Grass just not making it through on this defensive position. Armory situation. Full bronze, Iron Mail, and Champion Camel Rider. But Grass just not able to make any sort of ground here for the moment. More Pitsukos. Pitsukos is the only real advantage that Mosca's got. Mosca's sitting on this position with the Monument to the Villagers, healing everyone up with 1 HP a second. That helps, but the overwhelming force of Camel Riders from Mosca are making things very, very difficult here. As we see another Locust getting dropped across this, but there's just not enough stuff from Mosca. Grass looks like he's going to be making it through here. There's not enough stuff for Mosca. Mosca's searching for villagers to kill with his Camel Riders. He's lost everything. He's going to continue to fight this out, but a third town center coming through for Grass. Camel Riders killing everything. 1 Migdol stronghold worth of production for Mosca. And Mosca taps out as he will not be making the finals today, this week. And Grass, he is going to be going through to face Tunison. There's not going to be a teammate finals today. 1 step from the ticket to Athens. Grass and Tunison. 1 player stands in front of each other. An incredible series played by Grass here. He almost fell. Mosca brought it back, but couldn't deliver the killing blow. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, give Grass a bit of a breather. We'll see you guys shortly. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gareth army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help be stabilized. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Gareth. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. But the Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately... Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Tunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one Yudo away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus Cav. They're going to get through those Cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive, and Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. And I think Mosca not only held that, but he came out way in front. The longer Grass waits, the stronger this Aztec army becomes. As the Hussa splitting off, coming up onto the top. There goes the flaming weapons. As these Hussa are late to the party, but they're going to be coming in nonetheless. Can drop down some buildings as well if he wants to stop them from getting away from here. So the cavalry are a long way away. The wall a long way away as well, but Izamato, he's getting that one taken out by Grass as Grass prevents the retreat there as well. Now the speed walking from the Eagle Warrior reinforcements to get everyone back home, but the villagers onto this side now going down as Grass needs to think about splitting off onto there to take those all out. But nonetheless, now the main base is going to be under attack. Another Ayatochli comes in, going to send everyone for 6. The 10-pin bowling is in session. Ayatochli gets blood back, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal, especially with this amount of Hussa, as that's going to get cleaned up. And Grass looks to absolutely bulldoze the Izamato army here. Vortex, Chaos, that is an ability here for Recon. And now he does pull in. Now he's going for it. There goes the Chaos as the unit's going to be popping in. That's 3 seconds of idle time with a crazy amount of damage. And B, I don't think he can afford to lose all of these units. The Fire Siphon's getting taken out on the back there. Terma trying to take out all the units as well. More hero units to come through, and Recon is going to clean house here. As B says, all right, no worries. Let's pull up to the top. Take your town center out. It's already back up. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way. Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the town center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those obsidian shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the siege tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another obsidian shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an obsidian butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was an Ayatochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here, but an Ayatochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. They're going to take out the Ayatochli. The Migdol will survive, and it looks like the worst of it could be over. There is a Ghoul and Bursty that should get dropped here for Magic immediately. And it is going to happen. He is coming through. He's looking straight onto the back line. Throwing Axemen going up against each other. The raiding cavalry here can't get around onto the back as a Drauga spawns. There goes the healing spring. This fight here cannot be good for Izamato. He's got to run. And that is a overwhelming victory for Magic in this fight. The trolls get sent flying. 1 troll down, 2 trolls down. Magic now going to be pulling back. The Ghoul and Bursty is going to be threatening those units back, and Magic gets his position here set up. That in effect, and this is going to be a big fight. This is the thing though, the Eagle Warriors here don't do much versus those Dow Swordsmen, but the Fire Archers are going to drop like flies as there goes the Drought, as everyone's going to lose about 10% HP on this fight. Is this enough from B to actually win? And on top of that, is it enough from B to win and then continue along here?
What a tense moment here. B seems to be coming out slightly on top.
Yeah, but now the shoot and scoot happens, and you can't really chase this. Well, he should be shooting scooting.
Obviously, like this is where the shoot and scoot is really effective.
Yeah.
No more myth units soaking up damage.
The important part. Nyan sees it. And there will be a shifting sands onto the villagers, onto the back position here. Is there enough stuff, though, for Nyan over here as these Javelineers will come over? We'll get a couple of picks, but now the army is out of position. As Najar will dive through, gets 2 hits off only versus that Wadjet, but the Pioneers will pick the rest of it off. Javelineers trying to get the damage done from the side, but there's just so many slingers here that it's looking like it's just working for Garneth. I think Garneth might just have figured it out here. He's hit the heroic gauge through Bargy. He will be able to go for a flaming weapons here. He's got a really nice strong army. There goes the flaming weapons as the Berserks charging through here. The raiding cavalry coming in onto the back to try and prevent the retreat for the time being. There's also a Tautier to come in and get some good damage done as the raiding cavalry coming through. There goes the Drought as well, which will take the HP down by 10% as well. The Tautier onto the back line as one does end up getting eaten here. He can also use that special ability if he needs to, but it's looking like there is not going to be enough blue stuff here to win the game on this moment. Ragnarok's back up onto the gold mine in the heroic age, has himself an equal military situation here, and his Frere. So he's behind a little bit on military, tiny bit on military, but he's Frere. Go for it. Onto this side, the town center does get revealed there from Joe. Hero units coming in. There goes the Dragon Typhoon as the implode. Not going to be allowed just yet. Units getting converted into the heroes. Into the main base there comes that Dragon Typhoon to try and take out village, take out buildings. Palace over here going down as well. There will still be an implode available on the flip side, but Eric has to drop it into his main base, and Joe, these are mostly samurai. Sure, he's going to lose some units, but it's not going to be nearly all of them. Not at all. 10,000 HP. Chaos onto this one does come down. Carnivora as well, as the Destroyers doing their best to try and take this out. It goes down so fast. Avely is going to make it happen. He takes out the Titan Gate. This is huge. Whitzler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units. Get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garneth army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatollah, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garneth. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold mine. This is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink. but he is getting pushed off of everything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pretty long week. It's been a pretty long 2 weeks. But guess what? It all comes down to this. Well, at least for this week. Playoff 2 finals. We've got Grass. We've got Tunison. 2 incredibly high-level players that have gone through thick and thin to get to this point this week. But if you lose, doesn't matter. Back up next week and try and do it again. If you win, you don't have to play anymore. Well, at least until Athens. It's kind of a big deal. It's a best of 7. So a little bit more games to be played. A little bit more gods to be needed. And, well, for Grass, his god pool has seemed a little bit on the, how do I say this? Light side. Tunison, on the other hand, he seems to be a little bit more happy to go further into the pool, a little bit deeper. If I take a look at what Grass has really been playing recently, it's all the vanilla gods. I don't see him picking gods like Amaterasu, gods like Fuxi, gods like Demeter. He isn't playing those gods. Actually, never mind. He did play Demeter once before. I saw him play it. He told me it was the first time he ever played it. So there is that. So this does make his draft pretty tricky. But it does depend on what Tunison wants to do. Now, I don't know how much these guys have really played against each other over the years. So why don't we check out what they're going to go for, or what they've had to go for before, if that makes any sense. Let's jump over to their head-to-head. Well, these guys have battled. They have battled since the start of Retold. Genesis Retold, all the way back then in 2024. Grass got the best of him then. The next game in Wrath of the Gods, Grass got the best of him then. But since that moment, Tunison has won. Tunison has won. And Tunison has won. It's been close every single time. They're yet to play a best of 7, though. They are yet to play a best of 7. And, well, that changes everything. Without question, that changes everything. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong here. All right, guys, let's take a quick look at the draft. Players are going to be getting ready to go. They've still got they're just finishing up, so they've still got a little bit to go. Let's check out their draft and see what is going to be up for grabs in this best of 7. Well. The draft is in. The maps that will not be getting played on here today. No Cloud Forest, no Midgard. For some reason, there's not a Mount Olympus. Don't understand that one. That's a must-pick map there. For some reason, that's getting banned out. And no Step either from Grass, which leaves us with 2 water maps. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quick math. 7 take 2. 5 land maps. Prizes to everyone in chat. If you can spot on this draft screen, what's changed between now and just before? Anyone? Look closely. See if you can figure it out. Might take you a while. See if you can figure it out. Alrighty. Not the players, on the background. On the background. Come on, guys. All right. Let's see what they're actually going to be picking here. I don't have a god picker just yet for game one. Oh! Okay, so let's talk about the actual picks. Tunison bans out Gaia. Bans out Loki. Grass bans out Susanoo and Huitzilopochtli. Yeah, you guys got it. You guys got it. You figured it out. I don't want to say it here because the YouTubers are also going to try and figure it out. So, that's not Arcantos. It's not Arcantos. It's something. It's. I guess you could get fooled into thinking it was Arcantos. All right. So first picks here is Kronos from Tunison. Grass picks Uranus and Thor. So immediately going into those picks that he does like. And Tunison grabs Fushi and Freyr. Grass takes Odin and Hades. Tunison then picks Set and Tezcat Lapoka. Grass takes Zeus and Isis. Then there's the Amaterasu Nuwa. And Quetzalcoatl Poseidon. With the final pick from Tunison being Tsukiyomi. Pegasus asks, how can people ban such great maps like Cloud Forest and Mount Olympus? Great question. I don't have a good answer. One of the best games I've seen this tournament thus far has been on Cloud Forest. So anybody out there who says that Cloud Forest is not a good map doesn't know what a good game looks like. Yeah, this is a special Mount Olympus as well. These guys need to play on it. I don't like that it hasn't been played on. Alrighty. We are almost ready to go. I know this is taking a little bit long, but God Picker is in for our first game. And it is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Amaterasu, which is wild because I've never seen Grass playing Quetzalcoatl. Magic in the chat says, kind of sucks for Grass. He's probably exhausted after that best of 5. Yep. He did ask for the second series, though. So it's just the way that it is, unfortunately. He literally asked for the second series. Why is there no Mediterranean in the map pool? Several reasons. But the main one that I noticed is there's a trend on viewership. I think we had Mediterranean in the map pool for a few of the tournament maps. That's what's S tier tournaments already. And a trend whenever we were watching Mediterranean was that the viewership would actually go down. So it's not a popular map from a viewer perspective. I think we saw it in Champions League. I can't remember. Maybe it was in Mythic Wars. Do I respond to YouTube? I mean, we're on the live broadcast, so of a tournament. So everything is about the actual games. But if I get an opportunity to respond, I try to. Yeah. Alrighty. So our first matchup here, Amaterasu versus Quetzalcoatl. Another matchup that I have not seen very much of. I have not seen Grass playing here. Tunison will know exactly what to do because he's played a whole bunch of Amaterasu himself. Has Grass played the Amaterasu to kind of know what the weaknesses are there as well? Because that can be a thing. Sometimes the best way to learn a god is to play as the god. So, for example, if you have the knowledge of Amaterasu, then you know what the weaknesses of Amaterasu are, and then you can go and try and exploit those when you play as other gods. And if Grass hasn't played Amaterasu or played Quetzalcoatl, this might be an easy win for Tunison to start this one off. Then again, he could have been grinding. Quetzalcoatl is well, not Quetzalcoatl, but the Aztecs are in his wheelhouse. He's an aggressive player. He likes to play single unit sort of compositions if he can get away with it. Quetzalcoatl has the Eagle Warrior. It's very much a single unit composition. You can add in a couple of units here and there, but it works out quite well. I should also remind you guys that if you're here and you want to support me personally, you can do that through subscribing on Twitch. You can become a YouTube member, get rid of the ads and things like that. Or alternatively, you can also pick up merch. I do have a merch store. It's in the description box on YouTube, as well as in the Twitch sort of, what's the thing below? If you go down there, or you can go exclam merch in the Twitch chat and it should pop up. Outside of that, let's just enjoy some Age of Mythology. Actually, no, I can also explain next week. We have the playoff 3. We have playoff 3, which is the same thing again, different bracket, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be here for the weekday. I have to fly over to see my, yaya. She is like 96 years old. I need to go see her. So I am away during the weekday next week. And yeah. Any chance you host a tournament with Thoth's double wisdom modifier in the future? I saw that in the YouTube chat, and because you're a first-time chatter, I read it out, but this isn't, no, unfortunately. I don't think I'm going to hold up. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, unfortunately. Maybe we can do some games on it and see how it feels, but it's not really a thing. Yeah, the countdowns, it's over here, as Maiden is saying in the YouTube chat. We're waiting on the game on the spectator delay. After this game starts, we can usually get in, but we do have to wait for it. So they are in now. Let's get started. Let's get started with Tunison versus Grass. Finals time here. First map is Elysium. Amaterasu versus Quetzalcoatl. For game number 1, it's a best of 7. Let's jump in onto Elysium. And off we go. Left-hand corner of the map. Bottom left-hand corner of the map. In the red color, it's Grass playing as Quetzalcoatl. In the top of the map, we have Tunison playing as Amaterasu. Kalpuli Lumber Outpost for Grass, so he does know what he's doing. The livestock pen coming down. It's good to see this. I have to imagine he's played this god. He didn't pick it once through the tournament. So I'm a little worried for him. Every single god he's picked thus far has been a an original god. He's picked the Greeks, he's picked the Egyptians, he's picked the Norse, he's picked the Atlanteans. He has not picked the Chinese, he has not picked the Japanese, he has not picked the Aztecs. I think he's picked Freyr. I don't think he's picked Demeter this time. So we'll see how everything goes here. Let's check out the relics on the left-hand corner of the map. Ankh of Ra. Plus 0.06 favor per second there. Once it's in the temple. Always nice. Another relic up onto this side. We have the Osberg wagon for the caravan move speed. I have this feeling that's not going to be applicable in this game. And we have the I can't pronounce you. Units move faster. 2.5%. Come on, let's give it a try. Ehikaela Kokos. Too hard. One of the best relics in the game at the moment, though. If that one does get spotted, it will definitely get picked up, and you can enjoy that for the rest of the game. And Blue Crystal Shard over here. So Tunison is already going to be ready to get over there and grab that and move forward. I just need to sit down and get like I need to listen to like someone just saying this word like 15 times, I reckon. Maybe I'll get it then. Alrighty. And nonetheless, we've got the Sacred Custodians coming through, and I have to imagine both of these Miko are going to be making their way over to pick up the relics. And that is exactly what is going to be happening here. Gets himself his upgrade, and it is a big advantage, I'd say. Definitely a very large advantage to have at this point. For those of you also wondering, there is a really cool feature in the spectating mode that I haven't really been playing with just yet, but because I feel like it, because we're in this such a beautiful time in the finals, enjoy. This is what it looks like to be a unit in Age of Mythology. This is what it feels like. It's been a while since I've checked this out. Into the main base he's going. Everyone's feeling dizzy, so I'm going to get out of that. Just checking things out. It's all the Calpullis in for Tunison for Grass at the moment. So he is going to be enjoying all of those. And we do have the Huehue Coyotl in from Grass and Minakata Tomi in from Tunison here. Stable coming up for Tunison, and we've also got the one Yudo to come through, and a shrine also getting dropped onto this position with the pickaxe to come through, as Tunison wants a little bit more economy to help him probably build out a bunch of Naginata riders. He's going up for the stable and the guardhouse, though, as Grass on the back will be dropping a noble's hut straight away. And of course, in comes the Shrine of the Hunt. Right onto the front here. Easy to eat these, easy to defend. Gold mine on the back here is also incredibly well defended as the warrior priest comes forward and says hello there. As, of course, the Naginata riders can deal with this. Takes a couple of smacks there as the villagers up onto the top getting beaten up. And for the moment here, you can definitely just turn and get that shank in as the Naginata rider will chase the warrior priest away, and Grass will be down at least one there, if not two going down. So a big advantage to start up here for Tunison. The Kimichin Spy also getting involved. We do have the Shinekwe there. Speaking of which, a bit of a strange angle from Grass. Normally we see Patakatl on in this matchup, but Huehue comes through. And the villagers from Grass just checking out on the bottom side. This warrior priest will without doubt die, and the game continues along as it is a market. I have to imagine here that Grass is going to try and get himself to the heroic age. He is building out the Ocelot warriors. Blades is asking, how do the gods actually get picked? Well, there is a tool that gets used such that neither player knows what their opponent has picked beforehand. So they jump in, they use that tool, they both pick their god blind, and then they must play that god for the game. In come the Naginata Riders now, searching for villagers to kill as this wall. Yet again, we see the walls not going up. Okay, at least he comes through and he tries to build it. The 4 villagers will not be enough there as the warrior priest to come over and say, get out of here, Naginata Riders. And the walls will continue to get placed back up, but the Naginata Riders will put a stop to that. Not able to really do anything just here, but it is just purely for distraction action at the moment. It's now the warrior priests are kind of stuck onto this position. They have to turn around and take the fight, but Tunison doesn't really want to make that happen just yet. Into the main base now he's going to go. Villagers on the berries, villagers on the backwood, and gold also open. There's also warrior priests that are bloodletting. Almost picking off the villager there as the Naginata Riders to pull back, take a lot of damage from the town center, but does get out of there without any deaths. As the heroic age will now come through for Grass. No surprises on his god pick here. With Wait Coyotl as the god of choice, he gets access to Teponartsli drums, which is a big, unique minor god technology. Extra 10% speed on all of your units. So those Coyote Warriors that Grass wants to build will definitely play a really big role here, moving very, very quickly. In come those Ocelot Warriors, and Tunison, well, he's got to start thinking about where to next. And I think his option is simply just going to be Raijin. Makes a lot of sense. Get yourself the Raiju out. It's a nice answer for the mass of Eagle Warriors that are impending. So we'll see if that's going to be the choice for the moment here. No mark. Or there is a market. He's not advancing, though. I don't know if this is on purpose or not. Definitely not. As now he clicks up through Raijin, and we'll see where to next. Immediately going to be on the Musha as an answer for the potential Ayatochli. And the Eagle Warriors are on the way. So now it's up to Tunison to be very, very careful and defend. Must manage to catch out an Ocelot Warrior here. Nice find. Every little bit of damage here does matter. Those Ocelot Warriors are 3 population. Very expensive units, so picking one off for free is very nice. Onto the top side. Ocelot Warriors trying to get into the back of Tunison's base. Tunison has got an incredible turtle going on here. And of course, you can try and break through this wall again and hit this food, but it's already gone. As Grass will have to be thinking about what to do next. Eating herdables. Generally, you want to eat the herdables on the Kalpuli with the livestock pen, but that's not going to be an option for the moment as these Naginata Riders get in. It's going to be a dead Eagle Warrior there, and he's going to be out of there. To the top now. Grass charging in to take out the watchtower, doing what he can to finish that off on the Musha. On the back, there will be Raiju immediately queued up. Of course, Earth Monster is available, and so too is Lullaby. So a very, very threatening situation here as the Shinobi are actually going to start getting built out for Tunison. He doesn't have any unique upgrades at the moment to help himself out, but losing that front, not the end of the world. Grass is being a little bit careful before he decides to charge forward here. These are, at the moment, naked Shinobi. It's very rare to see those, to be honest. They're a unit that you generally don't see getting built until upgrades are in. And of course, the upgrades are coming through. Hanya Mask on the way. Armory upgrades to boot. More Naginata Riders. And the very all-important Raiju. And this unit is going to be very, super important to take out the Eagle Warriors. But how is he going to deal with all those Ocelotl Warriors? There's not like a single samurai here. On the Musha, don't beat the... Excuse me, there is one samurai. He needs more than that. I think that Grass is sort of taken Tunison into a position that he's probably not comfortable in. More Shinobi are coming through as the raids coming on onto the villagers onto the backside. This is huge, though. Lullaby gets dropped. Good choice from Grass. He could have also dropped the Tailwind as in comes onto this position. The Thunderburst. The Raiju drop their special but miss everything there. The army of Grass will pull out. He's actually sitting still in the Thunderburst on the very last usage there. Lots and lots of low HP units. Very, very dangerous. There's no way to heal these either for the Aztecs unless you've got Okpatli infusions or you've got that Agave Bloom. They will stay very, very quiet. They're going to get out there, and Grass does manage to keep himself in one piece as the villagers will pull back into the town center. Moving out onto the front position there as the very injured, very close to death Ocelotl Warriors will try to get in here and take this position out. They can't jump over the wall. They can take the wall out very quick. As Grass clicks onto that specific wall segment to take this out a little bit quicker, but in come the Raiju, and look at this damage onto all those units. He does get a huge amount of AoE splash. Grass could have gone into spread formation there, and he could have jumped away as well. You can manually jump with these units very easily. Nonetheless, the Naginata Riders still looking for villagers to pick off. Units sitting back here as Tunison is getting ever so slightly in front. The Naginata Riders just headbutt into those units, take a lot of damage. And now Tunison looking like he's ready to take a fight. He's still a ways away from getting his upgrades, but these Raiju, well, they're going to come over onto this side and attempt to get the damage done, but they can come over and pick off the villagers on this left side now that all the units are being caught out. The Raiju coming through. There isn't a wall over here, but there is a defensive position. One villager trying to sacrifice itself. And can he get in there? He does get in for 2 kills as the rest of the villagers are going to be into the Great Temple. Terrifying. No walls up just yet from Grass. All of these raids, incredibly tough to deal with, but the warrior priests are in, and Tunison says, all right, I'm out of here. Now in come Tunison. He says, I can take the fight. Earth Monster does get dropped down. And of course, the Raiju could get hit here. He's charging after the back line. Yet again, doesn't quite get to hit everything. Then he gets eaten up. Some units remaining after all is said and done. And Grass, well, he's going to be able to keep getting this damage done. There's the Solar Shield to come down to keep that Ondamusha alive. Onto the backside comes the Raiju. Still got to be careful because there is no special for just a little bit longer. But does it matter? There's the Raiju moving around onto the backside, and in they come as the Eagle Warriors diving backwards, and Grass will tap out as the first game goes Tunison's way. A nice try from Grass on the Quetzalcoatl, but just didn't have what it takes to deal with this. Needed more walls, maybe a more defensive approach could have been the way to go. What if you're playing against Japan and they go into this real big turtle? It's time to take economy. Get your town centers, get the walls set up. Didn't happen for Grass, and Tunison off to the races in this finals, looking very, very strong. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to pick for the next game. Alrighty, we got ourselves Nuwa versus Poseidon on Blue Lagoon. We did watch a very, very interesting game of Mosca piloting Poseidon, but what Mosca does with Poseidon, I haven't seen many other players able to do. We'll see if Grass has learned from that and if he's going to be able to make something happen here. But he's got his Poseidon, and he is up against Noir. It's not an easy matchup for either player here. Lots of stuff can go wrong. Lots of stuff can definitely go wrong. Tunison has to be careful about the early game a little bit. Doesn't really have an answer for the early game Atalanta and Theseus. Centaur's less of an issue. I don't hate the idea of Ares here because then you get access to the Prodromus with bonus damage. You can also go Hermes and do the same thing though. You don't get access to the Cyclops, which can be a real big threat early game. That being said, nobody likes Ares but me at the moment, so me saying it probably means it's not going to happen, and we just continue along. Alrighty. On the Noir side of things, Vanish to get up a second town center, early Earth Wall, fast advance, all that cool stuff. We could see how it ends up going that way, but I have to imagine you have to start with a military camp first, get yourself some halberdiers out, and there is a world here where a pressure build will get a lot of value for Grass. So Tunison's got to be careful. But then again, rushing up a second town center as Noir can be done incredibly quickly, so maybe it's fine. Anyways, Blue Lagoon is the map. 1-0 for Tunison right now as Grass, well, he is off to the races. And we'll see how he's going to go in game number 2. Let's go Blue Lagoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the left-hand corner of the map in the blue color playing as Noir. It is Tunison, and we have Grass playing as Poseidon. 1-0 for Tunison as he does get off to the races in a very solid fashion. Grass now on his Poseidon, which I haven't seen him playing just yet. Poseidon's always going to be a god that has got outplay potential. You got fast Hippias. You got... Are they cheap Hippias? I'm remembering Legacy. You got fast Hippias. You got fast Centaur. You got fast Myth Unit. You just got fast everything. Fast Second Age Hero as well. So Grass is going to be looking to get that advantage in the outplay side of things. Relics on the map. Girdle for Polita. Range soldiers, hit points plus 10%. Also got over onto this side the Eye of Horus, which is plus 4 for the population cap. Over onto this side, we have Fatal Fairy Sledge, making those fortress-like buildings cost 0 favor. And finally, Anvil of Hephaestus at the top. Big relic there, actually, for Tunison, because that gives him some play to sort of catch up and make sure that he's not going to fall behind a Forge of Olympus, an early Forge of Olympus play. Temple now coming down for Grass, as on the left side, we've got Hoafu Chieftain coming through for Tunison. So he wants that early economy. He still hasn't got himself down a temple, so he might be going for 3 Kwafu. But 3 Kwafu versus Poseidon seems a little on the risky side, because surely Grass is going to be advancing after this next villager pops out. It's going to be a 3:30-ish, 3:34. I can't remember what the actual time is. Is it 3:34 or 3:35? 3:33? 3:34. There you go. Got it right. As the Theseus comes down, he's going to be running across the map. I have to imagine it's going to be an early stable here from Grass for early game pressure. Town center situation. There is Zebra, or there are Zebra. Gold mine on the front. Rhino over here with a somewhat aggressively placed earth wall. For example, just here. He can get all 3 of those and be very, very safe. But he's probably going to get those knocked down right away otherwise. Meanwhile, walls coming up. Villagers on the back as the Katoska boss comes in to check things out. It will be Howl 2, so no vanish plays. As the Katoska boss just getting... That's a lot of value there from said Katoska boss, just smacking the Kwafu a little bit. Well, we'll see how it's going to go, but I don't think that Tunison can go for a fast town center here. I think he's got to think a little bit differently. Some pioneers, some halberdier. That's going to be very important. That being said, maybe there's a world where you can drop the earth wall onto this house and then go for the town center. Maybe that works. I don't know. He's not moving on to the gold mine just yet, so not sure. He's about to have the gold. Like, for example, if he goes like this, he can have the villagers looking very safe here, but he has to drop it basically straight away. But that also means that he doesn't have the safety on the food or the gold. As in comes the house, in comes the settlement, in comes the Katoska boss to check things out, and there goes the earth wall as everything... That's a beautiful earth wall, actually, from Tunison. Stable coming up from grass, and it's looking like the boom for Tunison is well and truly on the way. Now, I think if you want to, like, try and put a stop to this, forward temple Ares, of course, you have to, like, make sure that the temple is safe, but a forward temple Ares, you can get in and knock those walls down immediately. Anyways, temple up, or town center up for Tunison. Villagers making their way out over onto this side as the Kwafu hero is going to feel somewhat comfortable sitting out of his map. One Xiongqi causing some problems over here as the heroes for... Oops, what am I doing? Heroes for grass are where? Atalanta in. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a dead Xiongqi. You can't get in anymore. This unit has been... I would say this unit's rating potential against Greek has been absolutely gutted. It's not a unit you want to even send in versus Greek unless you see where their heroes are. It's kind of like sending in a Valkyrie to raid. You wait to see the heroes out of position. You have the unit off onto the side. Then you go, great, they're left. Let's go and get some villager kills. But rushing in straight away, no, you're not gonna get value there very often. Up onto the top side, Atalanta and the Centaur will spot the villager here. That's going to be a dead one. Nice spot there from grass. Every little bit of damage here is going to matter because he's now just gone onto the second town center. And he's going to look for basically any pressure he can. But while this is going on, I love this play from Tunison. He just walks forward and walls everything. He sees the units over here. He says, fantastic. Come at me. This is fine. One little cheeky villager over here could get sniped, but grass is now out of there. Pioneer coming up onto this side as well. Does Tunison know he's up against the second town center? The answer is no, but he might try to get forward and send a balloon over here just to confirm it. It's the double villagers to come through. A little bit of damage onto that. Hippias there is no amount of micro, I think, is going to be able to win that one. The walls are up. One Hippias down. Centaur gets picked off. Atalanta trying to do what she can do. She can come out the top and get out this way, but maybe taking out a villager or something wouldn't be a terrible idea as she gets in onto the unbuilt wall. And she's out of there, but after all is said and done, villager differential favors Tunison. Defense is set up, and the rest of this map as well is going to look to get walled up immediately. Walls for grass as well. He learned from last game. Says, I'm not going to get beaten up by these raids. No, sir. As a heroic age will be on the way shortly for grass. I have to imagine he's going to go through Dionysus. Of course, Gormang will also come through for Tunison. As the halberdiers are over here and does get spotted by the Atalanta. Think that the Atalanta will not win this fight. And Kwafu is one big boy. And plenty more units up onto the top here as well. As how, why, and where? What is this decision from Grass? Charges forward onto the elephant. He's got sent packing. He's not going to lose a huge amount of villagers, but that is a big loss on income. He has Hunt over here. He's got berries over here. Just send the villagers off to the other side. It's a wild decision from Grass. Tunison makes him pay, but some revenge fire in as the Halberdiers get on top of the Atalanta to take that one down. And the walls on this side now are complete. So raiding Tunison is going to be really, really hard. Dionysus, Aphrodite for a second there was having me scratch my head. Dionysus to come through. It is basically a cavalry war in this matchup, right? You've got White Horse Cav on the Tunison side with Gourmand plus Noir. So Noir gives plus 10% HP. Gourmand gives a technology that boosts those White Horse Cav. Poseidon has got the fastest speed on his Cav. He's got Spirited Charge from Hermes, and he's got Thracian Horses from Dionysus. And then the final boost for Noir, when you get to the Mythic Ages, going through Gong Gong, which gives you access to super strong Tiger Cav, which will then beat the Poseidon Hippias. That being said, the Poseidon, what are they called? Prodromus are also quite strong where that's concerned. Up to the top here, Rhinoceros gets taken down. Armory up for Tunison there. And we will be seeing Spirited Charge coming through. Dionysus as well to come in. Tunison is yet again going to check out this hunt. Just make sure that Grass isn't up to no good. It's just full walls. I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to go into Cav, full walls, very important. Or if you know your opponent's going to go into Cav in the Heroic Age, full walls, very important. Otherwise, you just get blown off the map. You'll also probably notice that all the economic upgrades are going to come through very quick. Look at the resources for Tunison. I wouldn't be surprised if he slaps down a ballet and just goes Mythic Age here. He could sell some... He doesn't even need to. He can just go Mythic Age. Gourmand in. Will it be Gong Gong? Or not is the big question. Because what can Grass do really here to smack back? And there goes the Gong Gong. So 2 TC... Fast Mythic. I think the first time I've seen this one in this tournament. It's been, it's not really been on the menu recently, but both players decided to go into a really big defensive boom war. Makes some sense. In comes the incredibly powerful, strong, vibrant land. Also Shaft Mine. Tunison is going as hard on the economy as he possibly can. In come the Prodromus. Halberdier. White Horse Cav for the moment. Can definitely go into Tiger Cav. So Thracian Horses to come through from Grass. Villagers for Grass going to be wandering forward as well. Going to be grabbing that middle granary and seeing how things go. Over onto this side, the Grass Villager has put some walls down, and Tunison will spot this. 3 Cav get through, but they're going to get walled in here, and in come the 6.9 speed Prodromus, which will put a stop to those White Horse Cavalry very, very quickly. Surely. I mean, I think they will. But at the moment, these sort of raids are mostly just about distracting. Because all Tunison wants here is nothing but Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav and apparently Halberdiers. He is making some fire archers, but it's all about the Tiger Cav as fast as he possibly can. 1 ballet, no upgrades. Well, heavy Cav is on the way, but no upgrades really. As the White Horse Cav are going to be cleaned up. And behind this, you have to ask the question, why, if Grass isn't going to be looking for an actual attack here, why is he not gone 3 town centers or Mythic Age himself? Spamming units generally doesn't do a whole lot if you just sit there with them. Now, going for a Death Ball is kind of different from just spamming units, but this doesn't look like a Death Ball to me. Death Balls consist of really expensive units like Hydras, Centaurs. Hippias are technically expensive, but not that expensive. Another ballet coming up. The upgrades are coming through. Hooves of the Wind, Last Stand, Irrigation, Bow Sword, Chasing the Sun also on the way. It's copper armor, copper shields to come through. Still full teching here from Tunison. He is just happily saying, if you want to sit back and not attack me, I will go as greedy as I possibly can on as many upgrades as I possibly can. And now incoming are the heavy target cav. Tunison as well. Farm situation. Still got a long way to go. 20 farms have been bought. When you're playing this style of China, you need 50. So he's still got a ways to go. Bimblot, thanks for the bits, my friend. Appreciate all the support from everyone. I know there's people subscribing and sending love. Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Grass going to pull back. We see a fortress coming up on this position for Grass as well. He definitely wants his Mythic Age. The ordering of everything here, of course, he's going to be able to shut down a lot of what Tunison wants to do. But Tunison's, he's at 130 pop. He's getting himself farms. He's getting himself upgrades. And this is just looking really good for Tunison. In comes Li Jing, in comes the heavy target cav. But this is kind of what Grass is going to be wanting. He's got himself out an army. Tunison throwing away these units here is not going to be good for him. As all of those hippies coming around onto the backside, and we will see the Great Flood getting dropped down as that fortress might be getting cleaned up here. Is there enough stuff, though, for Tunison? He's still pumping out those Tiger Cav. There are a bunch of militia there to help out, to take everything else down. But the hippies just lose to the Tiger Cav as ceasefire will get dropped. Everything about these decisions from Grass has been very confusing to me. Fully walled up Noir. Just take map yourself, take town centers yourself, or go Mythic Age. Spamming units at someone playing a turtle is generally the wrong play. Try and stay away from that. Try and get as much stuff as you possibly can. Much tech as you possibly can. Tech beats turtle. This is the general rule. It's eco beats turtle. Turtle means I don't die to units. The general rule, right? It's not always the case, but still. Ballet up in the middle for Tunison. Huge advantage for him at the moment, but Hephaestus will be a big power spike for Grass to try and bring himself back in the game. He's also got himself bronze. Now the main base under attack. Still not quite enough farms for Tunison, but he is on the way. Plenty of positions to just go farm, farm, farm. Get them all down. What is he up to? 38. As in comes the Mythic Age for Grass, and Tunison says, great, let me charge in here and just kill everything. Up onto this side, finding underneath the tower, underneath the town center. But versus majority Hippias. There are Prodromus in here as well. It's going to be a tough fight, actually, for Tunison to win, and he probably should be considering running, of which he will do. So he's out of here. There's more units to come through. The upgrades on the way for Grass. He's only got 2 armories in, which slows him down quite a bit. Not only that, he's got all 3 queued into the same armory, which is not ideal. Town center over on this side, claimed. Another gold mine on this side, about to be claimed. And in comes those Tiger Cav trying to do everything yet again. It's still a long way until the Grass army has its upgrade. I don't know why Grass is trying to force the fights here. He hasn't hit his Hephaestus power spike just yet. He's missing Iron Mail, Iron Weapons. He's missing Champion. Of course, Tunison on the other side. He's going up to Iron Mail anyways. Grass has just got so long to go to catch up here. Tiger Cav going to break through this front over here. Over onto this side. Villagers getting picked off. And I think this is going to be a quick 2-0 lead for Tunison in this best of 7. First to 4. Grass trying to push back. But I don't even think he wins this fight, let alone deal with what's going on over on the right side. Now the iron is coming in, though. There's a glimpse of hope for Grass. But he still doesn't have champion upgrades. As Halberdier and Tiger Cav still coming through. There are 44 villagers on farms right now, which is almost how much Tunison needs to be able to keep this spam going non-stop. And Grass taps out as game 2 goes to Tunison. Very dominating play thus far. Grass did not have the read on what to do in this situation, I think. He's just spammed out raiders, right? Cavalry are mostly about raiding and mostly about picking off villagers. I think if he tried to threaten to break through the walls and tried to threaten to get in onto this position here, even though there was a forest protection here, there was still potential to take out this ballet, take out all this stuff. He probably could have done something. But he just spammed units and kind of looked a little bit lost on what to do with them. And that allowed Tunison to get off his 2TC fast mythic. Again, I haven't seen anyone really being able to make this type of strategy work or even attempting it recently. So maybe that's what caught Grass off. It's just not something that's been done in recent memory. Tunison gets away with it. Game 2 in the books. Tunison up 2-0. Let's jump in and see what the third matchup is going to be. Let's check out the draft. All right, our next matchup is going to be a Set versus Uranus on the map Giza. I have a question in chat that I would like to answer. Is China just broken? If in that specific game, Tunison went for 190 pop in Halberdier and White Horse Cav and sat there while Grass went for a fast Mythic Hephaestus, I almost guarantee that the Poseidon would win that. So, is China broken? Answer is no. Looks broken because the strategy that Grass took didn't do anything. That's my take. Our next matchup now, though, we got to focus on that. Tunison, he's up against his main god, Uranus. He's on Set. Not an easy matchup for Set in the slightest, but he does know Uranus. So we'll see if he's going to be able to take it out. Let's get into Giza and check out what's going to happen. So races we go in the left-hand corner of the map. Tunison playing as Set. In the right-hand corner of the map, Grass playing as Oranos. It's 2-0. Grass had the 2-0 lead in his semifinals, and now he is finding himself 0-2 in the finals. The hard part about this whole thing is you get close, you touch it, and then you have to do it all again. We have 5 tournaments throughout July and the first weekend of August to find our 5 champions to send to Greece to meet the already 3 crowned champions of S-tier tournaments of Age of Mythology. Mr. Kavoth, Rappel. They're already there. Recon won last week. That was tournament number 1. Grass in Tunison right now? Well, one of these guys will be in Greece. At the moment, Tunison, he is 2 wins away. Grass is 4. Then, next week, we do it again. The week after that, we do it again. And the week after that, for one last rodeo, one last howdy do, we do it again. So, if you guys haven't already, book out the rest of your weekends, book out the rest of your weekdays, and tune in during the weekdays as well, because we're going to be doing those casts. The map here is Giza. Gold mine situation. It's not bad. Not bad here at all for Tunison to go for a second town center. Double Rhinoceros, and you're playing Set, back gold mine. I like this map here for Tunison quite a bit. But it is Oranos, and Oranos is really good versus Egyptian just in general. So we'll see what Grass is going to be able to come up with. Especially because, you know, he is very, very good at this god. But that being said, I've only really ever seen him spamming Murmillos, which doesn't, on paper, doesn't sound like it's going to really work out too well versus the Set, though. If you go into Murmillos right away, that forces out Axeman, which then allows you to make yourself Satyrs and Chaos spam. Can be the right way to go. Alrighty, we got ourselves the Dark coming in from Tunison. And on the right side, we got the Oceanus coming through for Grass. There's a couple of military barracks coming up on this top side. Relic gets dropped off from Grass, Rhea's Crown. And a couple more goats coming in. So, Dar versus Oceanus. And Murmillo spammage will start. Clairvoyance on the way for Tunison. As the Wadjet pops out. And Rhinos, Animals of Set coming through. It doesn't look like it's a fast second town center, actually. From Tunison, he drops the vision down, sees what's happening in this main base. He could go for a Shifting Sands, but it's a little bit on the risky side. Is he going for a fast heroic? Barracks on the way, so maybe, yes, no. He's going to spam out and play a 1 town center classical game. So full barracks spam, a little bit slow to start with. But there's not really much that he needs to defend because he can sit in his main base, getting himself out of Monument to the Soldiers as well, just to make sure that all of his barracks are getting hit. And the Murmillos charging down onto this position just to make sure there's no town center from Tunison. But to be honest, these sort of strats from the Set, I don't know how good they are. It's tough to make them work because you're going to play Sky Passage shenanigans, you're going to be able to get to the heroic age, and then there should be some problems that arise from those satyrs, but we'll see if it's going to work out here. You can always make things happen as the Murmillos charging forward. Axeman in. Galadriel gets the heal, and the Murmillos will be out of there. On the backside, Grass just stops making units completely for the moment. And he is going for a town center. That there is not something I would be expecting. Sky Passage gets dropped down. Is that not just a wild decision from Grass? This is like those ideas of a pressure build into a town center, but with Aranos. Up to the top side, Priest does get spotted as the Murmillos will chase that down, and a vision gets dropped down. Just barely misses the town center. All the units are not spotted as well. He doesn't see any units getting trained, which might give him a little bit of an inkling of what's going on. But he has to make a guess here because that vision did not work out for him. Now Grass's town center is up. And, well, he does have himself the Rhino. 2 Rhinos on the town center. But the big problem here, and I don't know if I like it, is that he's going to give up full map control. And giving up full map control as a Rhinos means you don't get to use the main bonus that you've got. As the unit's charging forward here, Grass not paying attention. Shockwave forced out as the citizens trying to get out of here. They do get through the manor. They're going to get brought back home. And potentially jump onto the goats and see what happens there. There isn't an economic guild just yet, but now it's going to get dropped down. He doesn't have to go to the goats. He can go this Sky Passage and jump onto the Rhinoceros if he wants. This one Murmillo holding on to Tusk of Dankang here. Going to bring that back. And Karabalista will start to come through. As an Oracle gets sniped, and Tunison is shown the town center on this side. But scary moments ahead. And the Karabalas to come out. Need to make yourself a counter to those. We'll see if that's going to be going into the Slingers. Slingers do counter the Karabalasa pretty well. But not the best versus Shockwave, Carnivora, and Sky Passage defense, which is kind of all Grass needs to do. Sky Passage over onto this side. If this was Kavoth, he would have taken all these citizens off of this Sky Passage and taken the gold mine for sure. As the Spearman charging down onto this position. And Grass... he is in with the Sky Passage shenanigans. Takes out 1 unit there. The rest do manage to get out of there. And behind this, the scary thing for Tunison is, 1, he can't really attack here at the moment. He's going to try, but he just gets hit by the Sky Passage with those Karabalista non-stop. Grass doesn't need really more than 2 Karabalista here to hold everything. Not really. Oop. Villagers getting spotted over onto this side, though. Will it be a dead villager? I think it will be one. As the units come out, trying to get some revenge fire, not able to do so. But what Grass wants here is to just go to the heroic age. He doesn't, like I said, he doesn't need any more Karabalista. So you force out all of these slingers by building a handful, or just literally 2 or 3 Karabalista, and then all of a sudden the Karabalista aren't even the unit to be that's a threat. It's Satyr. Vision getting dropped down up to the top, just making sure that there's nothing going on over there as the Spearmen are going to be searching for oracles to take out. Of course, Grass can't really afford to lose those at the moment as the Slinger's in onto this side. Going to dive into his Sky Passage and try and hold on. These little bits of damage to come through. Realistically, taking out the temple would be a really big deal. For the villagers, they can just move out onto this gold mine. Grass is 110% correct here. Meanwhile, up to the top side, Murmillos will come through, chasing those spearmen off. They kind of have the speed advantage, but not really. Problem for Grass is that he's down to only 2 oracles. He should have one just in his main base, but nonetheless, in come the Satyr, in comes the Pain Train, and Tunison not able to kill off the temple. We will be seeing Gemini coming through as the Arballister will garrison into that Sky Passage. Realistically, the only god that can do this is Uranos. Sky Passage is the only building that you can garrison a Caraballister into. Up onto the top side. Spearman coming in yet again, trying to hit the villagers, but Grass on the defense. Looking very, very good. Caladria going down here as well. Does tank for ages, but will get out of there, no problems. And in comes Contarius, in comes Satyr. And of course, if Grass can simply just get himself out, enough units here, he is going to be in a fantastic spot. He doesn't have to do much. Once this army hits 175 pop, once Grass hits 190 pop, it's going to be very tough for Tunison to be winning a fight. In comes the Citadel for Tunison. Of course, there is the Shifting Sands for Scarabs. Scarab all in here feels like a really good idea. But the problem with that is there's chaos. There's all these Satyrs. Only having 2 oracles at the moment. For only having 2 oracles at the moment, the fact that there are out 4 Satyrs coming in more is very scary. Grass, however, looking like he wants to take a fight. I'm talking about waiting until you get up to that full population. It's not happening. Huge damage coming from the Satyrs there as the Caraballister Micro looking very, very nice. Pulling back there as the Slingers darting back and forth. Of course, there will be the Chaos, and that is exactly what's going to go in. There goes the Carnivora as the units will Shifting Sands away. Tunison will live another day. He's onto the bottom side there, though, with that Shifting Sands. He gets a villager pick for it. But back into the main base for those villagers, no problems. Another Sky Passage. Can probably go over onto this gold mine. And at this stage, like, just get out another Oracle, please. All the units are going to get healed up. Now no Shifting Sands for the Scarab to get in and get any real damage done. What's the army looking like for Tunison, though? Mostly Spearmen. Slinger versus mostly Contarius, mostly Contarius, Satyr. Does manage to catch the units out in the middle of the map, trying to take out the Scarab with the big special attacks from the Satyrs. The units over here from Tunison looking to get somewhat of a sandwich in, but even if he manages to do so, this is still a gigantic Uranos army. As the Scarab dies, gets a big amount of damage done onto all those Contarius here. Is the units for Tunison, they are stuck here. But who is stuck? Is it stuck in with me, or am I stuck in with you? As the Contarius diving in onto this position. Priests will take out one Satyr over onto this side. Nice try on the control there from Grass. How many more units can survive here as the Wadget on the back goes down? The Contarius still alive here as well. Satyr is dodging back over onto this side as he does manage to stay alive. The Contarius are ending up falling as the Satyr is doing what they can do, but he's going to be pulling back for the time being. And it looks like somewhat of an equal fight after all is said and done. But if you lose, if you go and get an equal fight, and you are 1 town center versus 2, well, that just means you're behind. Second town center coming up from Tunison now as an attempt to bring this game back. Spearmen over onto this side. We're going to take out the villagers. 3 spearmen there. Might be able to take out 1 citizen, but the palace will be up afterwards. The units come over here. Oh, 2 citizen going down there. Over onto this side, more raids coming in as Grass does need to wake up to that. Up onto this side, the Scarabs coming through. Got to dive into that Sky Passage. He doesn't do it. Units up over here, though. Bit of a reaction, overreaction from Grass. Lots of resources in the bank for the time being as the citizens will bail out on this spot. Not enough favor to actually deal with this. And this is some much needed damage from Tunison. Grass with no armory upgrades as well is probably why he lost that fight. But what can you do? Over onto this side, we got the spearmen. Checking out the villagers over here as the spy does get dropped down. Looking up onto this side. As there goes the shifting sands, trying to catch Grass out. Grass, a little bit late on the reaction yet again, but into the sky passage he goes. These citizens can kind of dive away. He's got the sky passage in the main base, finishes up his gold mine. And in comes the units though. Murmillo's in to try and deal with all of this. No real satyr presence anymore. The Contaris need to come in onto the back here as there goes the shockwave from Grass. Taking this fight at the moment. Not looking super crash up for him. Citizens at the top getting pulled back, but now Tunison with nothing left but Slinger. And they will all fall to the rest of what Grass's army has here. Scarab goes down. Citizens making their way over here. But Tunison has done damage. Grass has kind of gotten outplayed in a big way over the past couple of minutes in this game. And he has fallen from an overwhelming advantage in the economy to being incredibly close in this game. Check out the economic upgrades for Tunison. He's got himself everything that he needs with Shaft Mine. Doesn't have Plow. Probably should grab it because he's got a farmer. Just the one farm though. On the other side, Economic Guild. Now we see Shaft Mine. But the big problem for Grass is actually just he doesn't have oracles. And that's credit to Tunison for keeping him back from that. Now the second town center coming back up for Grass. And Tunison will swing down to the bottom side. There is already a Migdol stronghold up for Tunison. Sorry, Grass will swing down to the bottom side. There is a Migdol already up for Tunison. But still somewhat of an issue to defend here as his units aren't close by. Grass charges forward. We'll be throwing away a couple of units here to the Migdol stronghold, but picks off the Camel Riders nonetheless. So they're going to have to garrison in. So try and take out the Pharaoh as the rest of the units will garrison into the position as the Contarius will probably need to bail away from this position. Spearmen on the way back here as Grass will notice that and say, okay, I'm out of here. Sky Passage coming down onto this side could be good as Tunison, well, he's on 3 town centers. Spearmen making their way up to the top side. The citizens might get greeted here. Depends on if he's paying attention to those spearmen or not. And it looks like he's not. So, sneaky Sky Passage is in. In comes the Contaris to take out the Pharaoh as those Camel Riders. Can he get sniped down? Behind this, there is a Horus pre-queued as the Sky Passage is in. Where did the units go for Grass? I thought the plan was to send those destroyers through the Sky Passage and hit this position. Not happening just yet, though. Town Center 3 coming up for Grass. Axemen on the way. Gotta be careful here. I do think that some destroyers through this Sky Passage. He's got a lot of them, actually. He's got 6. He could easily take out the town center on the top side. Does he know about it? He has no idea. Tunison's pulling back into the sky passage. The units aren't really close by to help out. Spearmen and Camel Riders in for Tunison is a pretty strong army to deal with this, but he doesn't have a whole lot of stuff remaining as this sky passage does end up going down, and Tunison will get his walls up, trying to stop the aggressive expansion, so to speak. But while that's going on, the units will pull back, and now the bottom Migdol will be under attack. Lots and lots of units in for Grass, but the Mythic Age is looking like it's about to come through for Tunison. Antarius not getting pulled to try and take these villagers out. He needs to get as many of these as he possibly can. There is a shockwave available, but don't really want to spend 35 favor on that. Behind all of this as well, surely a Mythic Age from Tunison wouldn't be a terrible idea, but trying to take out the town center, all the units are sitting back waiting, watching, and Horus is going to be in very, very shortly. Grass going to pull back for the time being. He's also going to the Mythic Age through Hecate. This is where this game gets very, very scary for the Iranos. See what he's going to be able to make happen, but not a single myth unit here. Not a single extra oracle from Grass is really making me scratch my head. Up onto the top side, a little bit of a raid to try and hit this, but there's already the Migdol stronghold in. Tunison going to pull back for the time being. Up here, the raids hit. Migdol stronghold taking down. It's this big tornado that's about to get dropped down onto Grass's face here. We'll see what he's going to be able to do after that, but it's going to be painful. There's also going to be a potential for, I guess, Tartarian gate into the main base. The units moving away in onto this spot. You can't tornado because then the units garrison into the town center. Not exactly what you want. Camel Rider's going to look for their own raids as the Destroyer's coming in onto this spot, taking out villagers here. Tunison out of position. Of course, you can just keep going left, right, as now Grass will say, let me go out to the town center on the bottom side. Villagers pop out here, trying to get that repair, and there's one Avenger to come through. Is that going to be enough as the stream of units moving across the map from Tunison? Migdol's stronghold here is gonna be taken down. But what does that matter? Well, it matters because on the bottom side, damage is going to be coming through. It matters because into the main base, a Tartarian gate is going to be getting dropped. Camel Rider's coming up onto this position as the double palace there for the protection. Should be enough. Still not dropping that Tartarian gate. Oh, no, there he goes. I say still not dropping the Tartarian gate. Only hits the Mythic Age now. While this is going on, town center on the bottom side under attack. Axeman going to try and come through and deal with that. I don't know why, but Grass is missing a house here, I think. He's got 8, so he's building it. House is up. Will this town center go down or not? Will the main base be able to defend all of this or not is the other question. As the Camel Riders charging forward. Grass not paying attention here. He almost needed to pull back. Loses everything on this push. Of course, while that's going on, there will be damage into the main base, but there's no villagers here. This Tartarian gate isn't really doing anything substantial at the moment. He could have dropped it at the top of the map and hit this villagers off the farms, hit the villagers off the gold mine. But instead into the main base where you'd expect the majority of damage to happen, but it's just not. That being said, Tunison's Citadel Center is getting cleaned up. Big moments for Tunison, though. He's got himself the big upgrades, and greatest of 50 is going to be on the way shortly. Up to the top side now, though. Grass will say, okay, we go for this town center, but an attempt from Tunison to hit this town center is going to be somewhat difficult to deal with. Of course, if you send a citizen up here, drop a sky passage, you can kind of be down to the bottom here in a jiffy as well. There's no shifting sands available, no favor where that's concerned. As the top town center for Tunison under attack. Meanwhile, catapults are in. Axemen getting taken down. They do have their bonus damage versus buildings and a catapult there as the Front position gets taken down. Gold mine exposed. Town center over here will be cleaned up. Onto the bottom side here as well now. The spearman coming through, going to be dealing with all of that. And Grass looks like he is making some groundwork here in this game. The Tartarian Gate is now finished. Town Center didn't fall. 185 HP on the Citadel, though. Does Grass spot that? I think he does. He is coming in with all of these red destroyers. He is starting to repair it up, but is this going to be enough? I don't think so. I think the Citadel Center is going to be taken out. Grass doesn't click onto the Citadel Center. What's happening here? Now, still not noticing it. Onto this side, though, he's hitting the Migdol Stronghold. The Citadel Center somehow living. I mean, it's just an extra 10 population. It's kind of a big deal. Destroyers coming around. Grass still not paying attention here. Getting raided over onto this side by the Spearmen of Tunison. Contarius coming through onto this bottom position. Destroyers still not attacking the town center. They could have killed it several times over here. Palace up to the top. Sky Pass is coming down. Tunison getting this town center back up. Villagers pushed off of the gold mine. There's still some gold in the bank for Grass. Not much gold for, well, some for gold. There's gold for both players as the destroyers do die and the Citadel Center lives. Are you kidding me? What a blunder from Grass. Siege works getting taken down. Slingers. Yet again, back out. And there goes the tornado. But, well, Grass here, he kind of has to run out of it. There's not many units there. That's a very low value tornado. I mean, in hindsight, why not just drop it onto the Tartarian Gate in that situation? Up onto the top side, we do see the markets coming up. Siege works coming down. Gold mine check. 3,000 gold. 6,000 gold. There's plenty of gold mines left on this map. Trade is not super important for Grass, but it is very important for Tunison. Because you lose gold way faster as Egyptian than anyone else. As now the Fanatics coming through to help out. The Contaria is taking everything else out. Tunison can move back up onto this gold mine, but he now doesn't have much gold remaining. Grass in complete control of this game for the moment, but he's got to be careful. You can always throw these situations if you're not too careful. Palace coming up onto this left side to secure this gold mine. Tunison has pre-queued out or looped or auto-queued out camel caravans, and he doesn't have the food to even support anything else. And after a 29-minute slog, the Uranos comes out on top. And the Slinger is 0. And Boit is 1. Well, Grass has got to feel happy about that. But that was not a simple win. I feel like if he had taken this fight, the very first fight that he lost, should have been a win for him. We take a quick look at the military resource diff here. This should have been a win for Grass, but he just didn't have armory upgrades on that fight, and Tunison did. And that was kind of all that mattered on that fight. And if you lose that fight instead of kind of go equalish, then, well, the game is basically done on that moment. We would be already into game 4. But a well-played game from Grass. As he's now on the board, can have that sigh of relief. He's still got it. Tunison is not unbeatable. I mean, he has been unbeatable today up until that point. He is on a bit of a tear, but we'll see if he can shake off this loss and get the next game going. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty, we got ourselves a classic matchup. We've seen this one a handful of times. We've seen it go a handful of different ways. But Mirage is the map. And it is going to be Kronos versus Zeus. Kronos versus Zeus. We've seen it a couple of times. The dock time shift is part of the game plan. We saw Magic have a bit of a unique approach to this one, where he was going down the line of the villager fighting, to just put it bluntly. I don't think we're going to see that from Grass. Don't think we're going to see that from Grass. Grass has still got some of his power picks remaining in this draft, so he does need to get another win on the board to sort of guarantee that he's going to have a chance to use those. Thor and Odin are probably the two gods that Grass really wants to find wins with. Of course, Hades is there. He's played a good Hades. Of course, Isis is there. He hasn't played Isis yet, but he did play a good set. But Kronos versus Zeus is the matchup in front of him. It's a best of 7, first to 4. Person who wins goes to Athens. The person who loses backs up next week and does it all again. Let's jump into Mirage and see if Grass can bring it back to level or if Tunison will go one win from being a champion. Let's get into Mirage. And off to the races we go. On the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Grass playing as Zeus. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Tunison playing as Kronos. So, 3-1. Not 3-1. 2-1. Grass hits back, so it's 2-1 right now. Tunison had not lost a game today up until then. He was looking dominating every step of the way. But Grass put a little bit of a stunt in his step. Showed him the Uranos, took him out, took him 30 minutes of very, very difficult gameplay, but he did manage to make it happen. Now, Tunison has the Atlantean. Grass has got Zeus, which probably is a pretty good matchup for Zeus on a land map. On a water map, it's less simple. Grass is searching for the Oracle to bolt. We've got the Oracle already on the backside from Tunison. You do want to bolt that one, for sure. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything impactful. We've got the Ship of Fingernails here, which is food trickle rate plus 0.5. Everyone to this side, we've got the Houris hunting bow, plus 5% there for the huntables. Not the most of importance on this map, but still. Belt of Argus over here for some unit line of sight. I've seen that relic win games before. What was the game? I think it was Soup versus Mosca, Odin versus Amaterasu. We got so much value out of that relic. Hestia's Hearth here as well for the villagers. Train time minus 5% is always nice. And we do see a really, really good second town center. Back gold mine, back hunt, living the dream. There's also a decent gold town center on the front with gold mines here, gold mine here, and rhino here. So final fishing ship coming out for Grass, and the fish is already in. Oh, one more for Tunison, and the Prometheus is now on the way. This is a fast advance. Tunison did cut villages for this advance. 9 villages for a 3:30 advance time is cutting villages. I think you can go... Is it 10? They take 28 seconds. I think 10 seconds later, and I would have had an extra citizen, so we definitely cut something. As the dock going over, and that there is a pretty big giveaway what's going on. You see the dock time shift and you go, oh, okay. Fair enough. The other thing here that Tunison hasn't really done is he didn't put the mana up onto this side, so he's not getting himself that boosted build rate from having his mana. It's not a crazy amount of boost, but it is definitely something. But one dock down, Jason searching, trying to figure out where it is, but doesn't go all the way to the edge. Tunison is right on that edge. He is ready to go. I mean, you already know what's happening, and the fishing ship does come over here, spots that, and goes, okay, I see. Now, what's the game plan on the side of grass? Well, the game plan is 3 docks and a dream here. What Tunison's done is really nice as well. He's built his walls. He's nice and defensive. It's going to be hard to put pressure on. As a fire ship comes out, immediately Trireme and Juggernaut on the way for grass, as Tunison will start the aggro situation right now. Deconstruction will come down, but there's already 2 docks here, and I don't think grass wants a 3rd one, so it's kind of an advantage for the grass, as he probably wants to drop down a couple of military academies as well. Promethean's getting pushed back. Will we see a town center behind this is the big question from Tunison. Realistically, all Tunison wants from this is an overcommitment on the water from grass. There's the Pentacontas coming through, that Trireme trying to dodge out onto the way back. Do these guys start with the ballistics? I don't know, maybe they do. Should be able to do some juking left and right there to dodge some of the damage, but nonetheless, Doc's now actually getting time shifted back because Tunison says, nah, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And he might go over onto the other side, but that was a pretty hard shutdown by grass. Now the Heracles moving across the map. And I have to imagine it's going to be town center angles for grass, but he drops a military academy. And we will see Rhea coming through as another military academy comes down. Nope, there's the town center on the way on the right side as the mana's getting converted or time shifted in. Heracles is going to be a ways away from this. I don't think you're going to be denying this town center anytime soon. There will be a little bit of pressure coming on, so that's got to feel somewhat good. So the citizens back to their job. 10 seconds remaining after the mana comes down as the Valor gets dropped down. We've also got the Murmillo on the way. It's definitely not going to be a fast heroic here from Tunison. Town center first. It's just pre-queued for later. And Grass says this town center? I thought the better one was on the back side. Take a look just over there, just there, you'll see what the best of is. Meanwhile, Market, Armory coming up for grass onto this side as well. And those hoplites will wander back over here. Grass finishes his town center. Onto this top side. Citizens putting the mana up. And I guess the next move here from Grass is just to get to the Heroic Age, make himself into a very, very strong Heroic Age Zeus with bronze and look to charge. Now, one idea here from Zeus, which I really like on this map, even versus Rhea, I think this is a good idea, is to actually go into Hydra. Because you get the boosted food gather rate, you have the boosted favor generation. The Prometheans picking off a villager, that does hurt, as this villager over here is going to get caught out. Oh, a little bit of a missed movement there from Tunison, allows Grass back into the tower. But some sort of a full send on food. Hydra, Mamillo, Hippias, or Hippaspis, I should say. Nice to Heracles. Playing a little game of stay away from my armor. I want to finish that one. And the Mamilla will be out of there. But Rhea's already on the way. Tunis is now getting himself his pickaxe. Don't think there's a huge amount of hero citizens in here either. There's 6. Left to Fire's not in yet either, so those aren't gathering super fast. And there goes the heroic ages for both players, as the Behemoth will sit back. And, well, Grass has to make some decisions now as to what he wants to do. Full spam onto Hoplite. Full spam onto Hoplite Toxote. Hippaspis Toxote. Some Peltast. Some Hydra. You're playing against Trader. It feels bad for your Trader, your Hydra to get traded, which is, I think we saw this from the other day, where Magic actually deleted his Hydra to play away from it. But the other option is just to build so many myth units that one traded myth unit is actually good for you, because then your Hydra will just turn and smack them and get a whole bunch of veterancy for it. The sneakiest of sneaky behemoths. Around the side of the map, out of sight, out of mind. Grass sitting back, upgrades coming through. Still lots and lots of villages on golds here for Grass. I'm not sure what he's going to need all that for. It's the big question. Like, you don't have a big spend of gold unit. Like, you're not building you're not building Hippias, you're not building Minotaur. Maybe Minotaur wouldn't be a bad idea, though. As in come the Behemoth onto this side. Of course, there is a bolt available as the Hydra gets stolen away. And those heroes need to get on top of the Behemoth, but the Hydra also needs to get taken down. It's trying to take out a couple of units, so small amount of damage from Tunison. 2 heads for the Hydra, but that's going to be falling as it gets out of here. And well, now you've got yourself an extra 3 minutes plus of no trader shenanigans. I'll still keep on dreaming for my Hydra spam from Grass, but I don't think it's going to be coming. I mean, it's just so... It's so painful to lose that one myth unit to trader. You just don't want to give your opponent any options, but that's the problem. That's the point. Give them more than enough options to spam the trader. Then all of a sudden they're spamming on wasted favor instead of just killing your myth units off with heroes. Into the main base now. Grass looking for some pressure. I mean, I think he could have waited on this. He's still got a little bit more population he needs to get in. Restoration is going to be available. We see the Fanatics coming through from Tunis. And I remember he did this versus the Mister and got absolutely shut down. But in this situation, it's looking much, much more clean. Restoration comes down. There's still a bronze to be dropped. But Grass feeling like he can just win the fight. Maybe he's right. He's at 4K versus 2.6K military differential. Arcus getting sniped as those are getting pulled in, but it looks like Tunison manages to hold here, and Grass needs to pull back. No bronze on that fight. Of course, waiting for 190 pop for your bronze is probably the way to go.
Πρόσταγμα
Yeah, there are
Λέγε.
some idle
έτοιμος.
shenanigans going on there for Grass. That's probably why his military looks so good on paper, but Tunison. These fanatics are amazing versus hoplites. They're not super great versus the Paspis, but versus hoplites, they're very, very good. Now, of course, if you build out Toxotes here, that'd be quite good versus the fanatics, but we're not seeing that just yet from Grass. Fortress now up. Grass has to sit back. Play defense for a little bit longer as the Contarius raids are going to be starting up. Lots of Arcus in the queue for Tunison. He might be looking for a Helios play here later for Halo of the Sun to boost up those Arcus. He doesn't have a huge amount of time to wait because, well, Zeus is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Cronus also has a lot of shenanigans that he can do, but we'll see how it ends up going as the Petropolis is now in. Of course, Bronze is still available. Hoplites coming around onto this spot. They see the wall going up, but has not noticed just yet what's happening. Citizens over here are spotted. That's going to be one dead citizen. It's up onto the top side, trying to stop the town center as the military units coming through from Tunison. Grass does deny the town center. He doesn't really want to take the fight as the Petropolis goes down over here. 3 citizens were picked off by those hoplites as well. As in onto this side, Grass looking for potentially some more citizens to kill, but there are still units in from Tunison to defend. And Tunison's food, Tunison's gold is starting to skyrocket here. He wants a Mythic Age. Now, I have to guess it's going to be Atlas because it's so fast. But Helios is definitely another option here. Atlas to come in. I'm not surprised as the Arcus shoot and scoot back. There goes a trader onto the Petropolis to try and make things a little bit more tricky here. And of course, all Tunison wants to do is wait out this push until he has everything else. Deconstruction gets dropped down onto the fortress behind this as well. To deny everything, can the Petropolis get the last shot off? Answer is no. 2 HP left on the Petropolis. Still means the same amount of DPS continues along. Town center coming back up for Tunison onto the top. Grass fighting valiantly here as the walls are up all over the place. 3rd town center coming down for Grass as well. So it's going to be a heroic age Zeus continuing along here. He's still got himself bronze. I don't really know what he was waiting for here, but a 235 pop bronze is still going to be a winning fight. That being said, Implode in hand, you can just hold on to Implode. And then bronze should never get dropped. That being said, if you do go bronze and then Implode and then restoration, then you kind of undo the Implode. Yeah, bronze doesn't do anything versus Implode because all it does is reduce the vulnerability to hack and pierce and crush. Does not reduce the vulnerability to divine. Now Tunison moves forward. The one thing that he does get from Atlas to go with his Orichalcum male heavy fanatics is the Devotees of Atlas. Big upgrade for those fanatics. Helps them out a lot. In onto this side, though. The hoplites coming through, looking to take out that palace for the time being. Fanatics will break off. Not all of them, but some of them. Random hoplite onto this backside being very annoying from Grass. He is all over Tunison at the moment as the repairs try to come through. Can he get the wall up? He does start it. And the fanatics are through to get some damage in. Underneath the palace as well to help out. The walls are up. Great move from Tunison there as he's charging forward onto this position. Grass has split up his army nicely to play around that implosion. But Heru is coming through. That's going to be a nice amount of damage to come in onto the Arcus and the rest of these units as well. Pretty good fight for the moment, though, from Tunison as he does decide to drop the implosion down onto this spot. Not going to get every village or every unit here, but gets a lot. The villagers die. Fortress is stopped. All of these buildings almost taken out. They're so close to dead. 20 HP, 60 HP, 50, 60 HP. Huge amount of damage there as Tunison has hit a very big power spike. And Grass, he does have himself 86 villages and the fishing economy. But he needs some time to get himself back out an army. And come the units as the Argus vomit onto the ground there. Send the units packing a little bit. Of course, Lightning Storm will help out here for Grass to stabilize a little bit. More barracks coming up. Problem for Grass is he's got 9 military academies, 1 archery range, and not much wood at all. Now not restoration, but Lightning Storm gets dropped. These units are going to attempt to run, but they will all be falling here. That being said, after the Lightning Storm is finished, there's still a very large military advantage for Tunison. He's going to wander forward. Another palace. Gold mine checks. Looks like both players have still got access to all of their gold mines. There's only a total of 4 on the map. And Tunison, well, he's down to 3 left. This one on the top, halfway finished. So the markets will get dropped. And the fingernail still sitting there. As the destroyers to come through. We still have a bronze here. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. There's been no bronze getting dropped. There has been no bronze at all. So there's still a big power spike for Grass remaining as the Medusa gets traded. And he finally drops bronze. But this has to be too little too late. Tunison going to slice through everything. Got another palace coming up from Tunison up onto the top side. I don't know what Grass was thinking holding on to that gold power for that long. Especially after he was... especially not being at population. Fanatics coming through, going to take out these units. Destroyer's going to take out the town center of Grass here as well. Metropolis getting its damage done. Town center gets denied. Arcus cleaning some things up. Palace up onto this side. There goes the flood control as well. Tunison going to continue the palace gaming here. More palaces means more fanatics. And not only that, siege will start to come through here as well. For Tunison to take out the fortresses of Grass. Now, Grass has grabbed himself a pretty quick upgrade. He's going to be getting those champion Myrmidon through for free, which will help him stabilize a little bit. Now, imagine if he had bronze now, it might be a different situation to push through all of this. I don't think the bronze really helped him stay alive. But nonetheless, now he's going for it. Metropoli to push back, taking out the palace on the back here. Grass still fighting. He's still in this game. You almost have to ignore the score to some degree. Let's stock take. Tunison, not yet at full iron. Has a little bit to go there. Grass getting himself iron weapons. So it's basically equal. The only thing that Tunison's got here as an advantage is the town center. But it's about to not just be a town center. It's about to be 2 town centers as the destroyers coming in onto Grass's back town center to take those out. That's why Grass is pushing back over here so well. And that town center drops so quickly. The destroyers can probably go into the main town center as well. Paspis coming through. Taking out the destroyers is going to be a nice revenge blow here. As the gold mine in the middle might get taken away. Villagers trying to take out the fanatics. A little bit tough there. Is up onto this top position. Comes the Myrmidon. Comes everything else.
Λέγε.
Trader onto the Heliopolis. It's a lot of favor for that trader there. As the Heliopolis going to continue to come out. Of course, Grass trying to get his town center back up over here. And we do see the watchtowers starting to get time shifted through. Just deconstruction coming in. Can Grass hold here until he gets the population he needs? Another fortress up onto this side. Arca's frontlining is not something they're designed to do. You do not want to go for the Arca's frontline. Now we see advanced fortifications. The trade route has well and truly started. Only 52 gold, though. It's not the best of trade routes. What is Tunison attempting to do to finish this game off? Because Grass, he is climbing back here. Does he still not have fortified town centers? Is that the big thing he's missing? Yes. Missing that fortified town centers could be a very, very big problem here for Grass. He needs that technology very, very shortly. Bottom side here. Watchtower is in. It can get shanked down very, very quickly. Even with boiling oil. You do have to notice it though. 600 HP, and those villagers have got bonus damage onto them. Grass now has the resources for himself, for that fortified town center, but he is instead opting for Heliopolis. And I think Tunison is grinding him down here. 4 palaces up to the top. More palaces to come down. Still no advanced fortifications. It's an expensive technology. No frontline, actually, though, to take out the Heliopolis. So this does look like a good move from Grass. Random buildings down onto the bottom as well from Tunison as he's going to be hitting the trade route of Grass. And Grass will say in that moment that the game is done. It's a tough one. A tough pill to swallow here. I think he fought valiantly. There was an opportunity here to really make a push with bronze. He went off and split and tried to do a bunch of stuff like that, but I feel like he just needed to send it with this 190 pop army when he had a really big army here early on. Like around about this time, a nice bronze and push could have been game changing for Grass. But Tunison, credit where credit's due, wins the game. He's now 1 win. 1 win away, ladies and gentlemen. The only player who was not able to make the semi-final last week is 1 win from being the champion of playoff 2 of the road to Athens. Getting that ticket in. Let's jump back to the drafts, see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Another game, another you, another me. Tezcatlipoca is back on the menu. And it's going to be Ghost Lake. Grass has his pick for Ghost Lake. He's not trying to hide it. He says, I can take anyone. I can take anyone down with my Thor on Ghost Lake. Will he be able to take down the Tezcatlipoca of Tunison? Well, I don't know. I got no idea. I mean, actually, I think I have an idea of how Tunison likes to play this. He was quick on the War Hut spam train. Basically, it looks a lot like the Egyptians. It feels a lot like the Egyptians. It's strong like the Egyptians were as well. I would not be surprised to see Tunison going Malinal, Jochital, full spam on the War Hut shenanigans. That being said, Grass has also got a whole bunch of things that he can do to play around that. There's a couple of fun ideas. We'll see if it's going to happen. Let's jump in onto Ghost Lake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game 5 on the way. 1 win, and Tunison is done. Grass still needs 3 more. Tunison is on Tezcat Lapoca. Grass is on Thor. Grass opens up with the Dwarven Armory opening. And this will allow Tunison the early game advantage. Tunison decides to go in for the Kalpuli Lumber Outpost. He's skipping out on his next Kalpuli. I'm not sure if this is just to go straight for the craft workshop and save on the livestock pen for a little bit. I don't think it's really worth it to do that if you're gonna. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is worth it. I don't know. But this is not something that I've seen yet. Maybe someone else can tell me what's going on. Meanwhile, the Kimichin Spy coming through. Goes invis when it's close to the wood. If any unit gets close enough, it does reveal that unit. But it's nice to just sit in your opponent's base and see everything. Relics onto this side. We do have Sharon's Obel for the Villager Laborer, Gatherer, Kwafu, Commoner Miko, and Settler. Resources returned on death, etc., etc. Nice relic. Definitely a must grab. Arrows of Heracles here for the plus 5% of ranged soldiers and heroes. That's really nice. Especially for Tunison, who's already got some pretty strong ranged units in the Tequila Archer and the Eagle Warrior. Up to the top. Ship of Fingernails for some extra food to come through. And finally, we've got ourselves the Ehekela Kurkozak. I tried. Units moving faster relic. 2.5 extra speed. Always nice. Temple coming through for Tunison. And Temple coming through for Grass. So it is a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. So the problems of the Grass build are felt a lot less than normal. What are those problems, you might ask? Well, the problems exist inside of the gold mine effectively being expired before you even hit the classical age. Like, you're going to be at 1500 gold 9 times out of 10 when you hit the classical age, maybe even less. Compare the amount of gold that Grass is grabbed to the amount of gold that Tunison is grabbed. A very large difference. Nonetheless, Tunison had a bit of an issue killing off this boar, slaying it all the way out here. He still hasn't gone for the livestock penance. He is struggling on food, but he's got all the wood in the world here. I really don't like this build in the slightest from Tunison. And now he drops the Kalpuli. Don't like this build from Tunison at all. Thought there was something special coming up, but it's slower than the standard one, where you go for the Kalpuli Lumber Outpost, then you go for the Livestock Pen, then you go for the Kalpuli Craft Workshop. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but he does do it. All right. Onto this side now. Grass going into his Hursa, and we will see the Forseti on the way too. I'm 1150. This is like my build. Sorry, guys. I can't let you get away with it. Doesn't make any sense. Warrior Priest over onto this side. Going to take out the Grass House. We've got the other Warrior Priest coming in. Just trying to make sure that Grass is a little bit in the dark here. Of course, Longhouse is coming down. Ursa getting spammed. Grass loves a good Ursa spammage. I've seen him do that time and time again, but I don't know how well it's going to work in this matchup. The other thing that's happened here is we haven't seen the Malinel Jochitel from Tunison. He went Huehue Coyotl, which, I mean, to me is strange. So we'll see how that's going to go for him, but it looks like he might be doing some sort of pseudo-fast heroic here. As the troll on the top goes down, Ship of the Fingernails will be brought back home, and the house onto the bottom side is going to get picked off again. All the relics just getting dropped in. We got the Arrows of Heracles. We got the Ship of the Fingernails. And a town center for grass here as his option. Of course, if your opponent is going to turtle, grab town centers is fine. But I don't think Tunison is turtling here. He wants a heroic age. He's out onto his second hunt over here. He is making some units. I think he wants a heroic age as well for even more pressure. But is it worth it here? As the commission spy, gonna just make sure he knows what's going on. Sees the town center, and he will go down as Grass says, no. No spy for you. Get out of here. Skoyaljalqui is the god of choice. No surprises there for the Tezcatlipoca. You want that god for the Koyaljalqui stone to make your Great Temple units not cheaper, but their upgrades cheaper. That's the general desire, so to speak. Healing Spring comes down, gonna help out over onto this side as the wall's just going up everywhere for grass. Smoke Trap drop from Tunison. This basically just means if any unit wants to go over it, it is going to get slowed and lose some vision. It's not like the most important of traps. It's very, very cheap at 20 resources and just gives a little bit of vision around the map. You can see how much he gets, just a tiny bit. As the Heroic Age is now on, and Tunison is, without question, looking to be very, very aggressive here as the Warrior Priests get chased away by those Hursar. They're currently at 4.9 speed because they picked up that I Move Fast relic. But the Warrior Priests of Tunison still have the movement speed advantage up until Hall of Thanes comes through. There's a Kimichin spy. Still charging around the map. Still trying to get things happening. I think he's just spammed these everywhere for the moment. As the Berserk's coming onto this side. Of course, the villagers will bail out on this one. Main base under attack as Tunison says, I just want goats. I want a Calpulli here. We'll eat the berries, and then we'll get onto the goats. That's fine. Back gold mine can also get eaten. Not a problem. Eaten? Mined? Whatever you want to call it. He has to move the... There he goes. I was about to say, he's got to move the livestock pen. Otherwise, I think he has to pay for a full price. You've already got one down, and then you build another one. You pay 50 wood. There goes the next age, and Koyaljalqui's stone does get researched, as I have to imagine immediately a Great Temple is going to go down. He deletes the Calpulli here to place the Great Temple down to secure his home gold mine. And Grass, for the moment, can't do a whole lot, but can go to the next age. And I want to see Bragi here. I say this every time, but I feel like it's falling on deaf ears. Bragi, Swineray, Herdman. Of course, you need the Throwing Axeman to deal with the Shorn one. Of course, you need to make yourself an answer for the Eagle Warriors as well in Cav. But Bragi has to be your best bet here. Up comes the Great Temple. So the stone is already grabbed, so you can see these upgrades. 75 for heavy Great Temple soldiers is incredibly cheap. It's normally 300, I think. The villagers getting sacrificed as well for some more upgrades as the Sensen Huitznahua comes through. Of course, there's going to be a whole bunch of those Watchman buckets coming in. What are they called? The Titsamiddles. So getting that upgrade in straight away makes sense, but Grass, he is almost fully walled up. Coming all up onto this top side. Tunison will be spotting the HUSKSUPPE movement over here as the Star Demon sits in the middle. Needs to be quick to run. These guys are fast. 5.4 speed. And, well, now that is going... I think I've seen one too many times. Units just kind of missing stuff. Up onto the top side, though. Hillfort coming down. House over here gets taken down, and in comes the Heavy Jaguar Warriors, the Teponatsli Drums, and Tepiotls Reach. All of these technologies applying together to be an incredibly powerful Jaguar Rider. She's going to be looking for raids straight away. Sean ones, all the other good stuff. And Heavy comes through as well for Grass. But Grass is on 2 TCs. He doesn't really have to do a whole lot here. He just has to sit back and defend. We'll see if he's going to manage to do that. Herdmen are coming through. He's only got 2 longhouses. The hard part about playing defense as Norse is not having the infrastructure to spend your resources. Because you're too busy fighting on the defense. You can't build those buildings. So one way to sort of go about it, as picking off some units into the middle of the map, is to always have a builder. Just one unit. Of course, these guys are building is fine, but just one unit, just constantly throwing buildings down around the back of your base. So you can just keep getting infrastructure up if you're on the defense. And in comes the Dwarven Mine. So the gold villagers here will be enjoying a pretty substantial boost to their gold gathering potential. From 1.08 to 1.35. Not a small amount. As the Tunisian army is ready to come in here, is looking very scary, but says, no, we'll go open the wall, move down to the bottom side, take out the temple, potentially also grab that relic as well. Not a bad idea. As watchtowers will come through, villagers into this position getting dove onto by those Jaguar Riders as they're going to pop up onto the top side to eat those herdables. We do have these herdmen coming through as well as Tunison turns, ready to take the fight. Sean one's doing what they can, but there goes the frost. And immediately, Grass will drop down the wooden wall here. Now, of course, this makes it quite difficult for Tunison because he can't get his reinforcements in. But he does have a god power himself once he comes out of this frost. In fact, of course, he just wants to come in and beat this down, right? Picks off a couple of units that are trying to come in from this side. And these are Taunton smashes. They smash. So if he does need to retreat, which he doesn't, he can. But realistically, all he wants is a full-on attack here. Here comes the Starfall. And Grass, well, he garrisons out of there. But that's going to be a big amount of damage onto the town center. The Taunton Smasher takes down the watchtower. Grass in full retreat for the time being. It's 6.2k to 2.7k military differential here as the Tajipla gets converted in. Diving in onto those Frost Giants. And the town center goes down to the Taunton Smashers. The army of Grass is getting obliterated here. And I don't see it for Grass in this one as he taps out. And Tunison wins and is your second playoff champion. We will be seeing Tunison in Athens. Huge congratulations to him. What a incredibly well-played series from both. Well-played Dave from Tunison, only dropping one game throughout the entirety of today's proceedings. Just an insanely high level of performance from Tunison today. I'm looking forward to seeing him in Athens, and I don't know what else to say. Better luck next time for Grass. He's going to be pulling back up next week, trying his luck again. We're going to be seeing Magic going at it again, Soup going at it again. If we jump over to the bracket, we can talk about what actually happened. But that there is today. This week's tournament's done. So let's check out the bracket, talk it over. it's updated. I don't know if it is, but let's check it out. Alrighty, so yeah, we'll be seeing Mosca again, Grass again, Soup again, Isomato again, Magic again, 3DB, Matador. Everyone's slowly starting to get a little bit more shenanigans cooking. Oh, well, all right, guys. I want to say thank you all for hanging out with me today. I'm going to work together the bracket for everything for next week. I am not here next week for the weekday. I have to go visit my grandma, my yaya. So I'm not here for the weekday. I will be here on the weekend for the round of 8 and the round of 4 and the round of 2. There are some other streamers to check out. We've got Motaba, we've got Soup, we've got Moose. They're going to be helping cover a whole bunch of stuff, as well as I'm sure as some other community streamers stepping up and watching those first round games. So make sure you're in my Discord so you can figure out all the updates. I'm going to be making posts on Reddit and things like that and trying to find people to cover the tournament. But that there is it for me today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatollah, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't